It is another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today at the Dome Market, I am speaking with a student from the Accra Technical University. But currently, he has deferred his course to sell okra. I know you would be more interested in the reason why he decided to do that. Join me as we speak with him. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I know your name, please?
My name is Francis Butchie. Yeah.
So I see that you are selling okra. In Nkrumah.
Yeah, that's the plural form of okra.
That's the plural form of okra?
Yeah, okra.
Okay. So for how long have you been doing this?
Okay, let me say a year and 3 months.
Okay. A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So that was in 2023?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us how you started doing this.
Okay. Let me say I took over from my sister, yeah, who was hospitalized for some time now. Yeah. So taking over, you see, we've been to school a little. So they used to do it in a normal way. So when I came in, I just added some little business or entrepreneurial skills that I learned in school to it.
Okay, let me cut you. You said they were doing it the normal way. Yeah. How is the normal way done?
Oh, the normal way is they take it, sell it to the people, and that's all. Okay. But me, now I have a TikTok account, I have a name. Everyone who buys from me knows me as Assorted Okra. That's the name I used to sell my okra. So everybody comes around. I'm looking for Assorted Okra. Yeah, I do order for people too. I have people who work at the restaurants and they come for order from me. So I've taken it to a different level. Like at first, I used to sell to the normal people who comes to the market, but now I've been able to extend it a little where I get orders on WhatsApp and I do it for them later on and I go and give it to them maybe after work in the evening and I go and give it to them. Yeah.
So let's start from growing up, or let's continue from growing up. You know, usually growing up as a child, you would always want to wish to be somebody. Maybe I want to be a doctor, I want to be this, I want to be that. What do you want to be?
Growing up, it has been my dream and my passion to be an engineer, and I've pursued that to some certain level. I have experience in the engineering aspect also. I've worked with AA Addition Company Limited. I've worked with JL Properties. Yeah, I've worked with them. I've done a couple of works. Even currently there's a project going on in Winneba campus, 2,000 bedroom hostel facility. I've also worked there before. Yeah, so it's my passion to be an engineer, and definitely I will achieve it too.
Okay. So are you done with SHS University?
Yeah, I'm done with SHS. Okay. I'm in university currently.
Which university?
Accra Technical University, but right now I'll say I have deferred my course because the person supporting me was down. So I need to take over from here so that the business can grow.
Who is this person?
That's my sister. Okay. Yeah.
Where are your parents?
My parents, my dad is living at a different place and my mom is at a different place too.
So like they are separated?
Yeah, they are separated but they've not divorced. Wow. Yeah.
So you are living with your sister?
No, I live on my own. Yeah.
So do you have contact with your parents, either your mother or your father?
Yeah, I went to visit my mother yesterday. Yeah.
How much do you make from selling it?
How much do I make from selling it?
Like daily?
Okay. It depends on the goods that I'm having. Because right now, my farm is inactive for now. So I'm buying it from middlemen. So let me say, yesterday I took a load of 1,040 cedis. And this is the remaining ones. Yeah. So if I should sell it and the people do not cry that I should add like jara to it, I should add more to it, and I sell it according to what I'm selling. I can make 400 to 500 cedis. Yeah.
So it means people asking you to add some to theirs when they buy it. It really affects you people.
Really at first, because they sold it for me for 7 for 4 cedis, 7 pieces for 4 cedis, and I'm giving it out for 5 for 5 cedis. But sometimes they ask you to make it 6. Some people will plead with you to make it 7. You have customers too who always buy from you, so sometimes we are a little bit passionate with them. So I can make it 7 for you, 7 for 5 cedi, and I will take only 1 cedi. So every 5 cedi I have 1 cedi. So when I do it that way, it reduces my profit. But if I'm to get it like 5 for 5 cedi, you get 1 cedi and 2 pieces. So if you should sell like 15 pieces, you get 2 cedis, you get 3 cedis, 15 cedis, you get 3 cedis and 6 pieces, which you can sew another 5 cedi out of that. See the
assorted. Yeah. And I see you have a scarf on. Is there a reason why you have the scarf on?
Yeah, that's my market niche, because when everybody comes, they say I'm looking for the guy with the scarf. Even if the person have not seen me before, that's how they describe me to the person, that when you go, you see him with a scarf. So if the person doesn't see me with the scarf, be like, and then I'm not the one. Because maybe today you bought from me, you want your friend to come and also buy from me. That's the way you would describe me. Okra, waboduku, bemana waboduku. So if you come and see any guy no waboduku na, and get me So I have different type of scarves. Yeah.
Okay, so the youth out there, friends like yours, who are done with school but are not doing anything, waiting for maybe a white collar job or something, do you have any advice for them?
Oh, I have so many advice for them. I want to tell them that they should find something doing, anything at all. Because looking at what I'm doing, I would say it's better than some white collar jobs. Because within a week, if I see my take home, it's enough. Even though the country is very hard, but I'm using it to sort out my things. So they should get something. They should try something. There is opportunity anywhere. See, some things may not look lucrative, but before you start it, before you know it, you should just add a little, let me say, a little mindset to it and change things, because people are doing things ordinary way. But if you go an extra mile, you can get extraordinary results, which will help each one of us. Because if I want to sit down and say, okay, I want to definitely work in the engineering aspect, so I want to go to school, I don't think by now, I don't know what I'll be using my life to do. But right now, I've been able to do some things, and I'm raising my fees, and hopefully I will go back to school. So anything at all, provided it's not stealing, it's not scam, it's not fraud, it's not prostitution, and it is something that I would say morally is right, they are good to go, because this is a big marketplace, and I would say this business has given me the opportunity to meet different people. Because sometimes when you come, we are like 8 Okra sellers, but when it comes to me, and it helps me to sell. And now even my sister cannot compete with him, because I have more customers than her. So she's relaxed at home, taking care of the baby, and I'm doing everything, going in and coming out. Yeah.
Thank you very much for speaking with us. Yes, your social media handle.
Yeah, on Facebook, you can find me, Cannot Be Rich, Big Brain. My Nikki, Big Brain. When you go to TikTok, it's Big Brain or Assorted Okra. Instagram is Cannot Be Rich, Big Brain. Yeah, and my number is 0551 439754. Anytime, any day. Assorted Okra. I got you.
This is all Francis has to say about his personal life. He is never given up today nor tomorrow. Again, this is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. I'll see you in the next episode. My name is Victoria Chebafo.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Beloved nation Ghana, my country, Mr. Obibiala said, Abra aka a month to the election. Obibiala Emma Asumbi Emra on my Ghana. Yaniba Bia for on my Ghana. Asumbia away. Sabi Empalawum, disabled swum. Anybody brave Uma on my day, Omuntimi and Tokaba Muntimi England. Let's say, you need Ghana for Biaka on my Ghana. Abano kokotuya no akofie akotenase no watie say the EC Electoral Commissioner Ghana Constitution amani tumi authorizing say on no bet me the provisional results e dia ba ama Ghana ya dia tumi say this is the satisfied results on my Ghana ye wo timisre say MPP ne be wini o say gum ne be wini o say NDC ne be wini o akua donko moma ye nyinara. They accepted the results of the EC. Young too. No more women can say, oh, wait a minute, here, where the election said the Biacano. You will need our polling station. Polling station. A hot and an election 18 million. It's Bomadin say, candidates BLR who reprono. Over no, I were vigilant. No, who say, who did Mapa at the amount candidate? Meant now. Monk or Mobia and win here. Emma, then day no election and Casa and as a resource now open when you and no team may blame easy. Easy in a good all year or Jinemu as neutral person. To my stress of morning now or police station. Nasha said, wait me, I get Jumani. I'm a resource now, especially bar. It's never. That's right on my Ghana. Said the Ekano. Peace Council for Commodity. Mama assume Jumla, no on my intimate and developing. On my intimate assume intimate international and my the Massive Green.
I'm never making a mind say, Yina auto, Nina Butre, Nayatima, Sunset, a race na race and about 1 year or 2. Say, and out of man in Chester, we are, you can come at another time. The message is going to fall. You know, your send in your dog and a peace country. Independent from an onion, Pinas will be unnecessary. You never know, you need your Donia Cotoa, Abanas will be necessary. Yet you are very me now, you go to the 7th back for balance. Yet you are with me up to 3 times better by broker. Wait me about no, I could not see. Partner, when your partner, crying, Nani, I think I'm asking. Near task with you, Sans Ghana, a peaceful country.
Can it say, Okra, you are in Chester to Manu? You are doing Paboko, and I'm saying Ghana, best in you. Babotre, what to have and what to be a yard, the other to be a young one, what I show you, fine. Next, I send you for you to trust them. Both away now, candy and now to upper sonnet and topper, there be intermediate or more better than the catcher on the stairs. Or more, and now would stand for Kotuaba, said your Baya, Assin Kushea, Ebeba, Ama, Yanni, and Mam, so you are smiling, Adriana Ghana.
Actually, yeah, best in course. Banco, I want to argue no team now, and if I ever got to man, or no, I think now got to a man. I'm marking with him now got to Maba. I did a little bit of confusion. No come up to Maba, no come up in this MPPA. Chase the challenge on 1 hour. But I got to Maba, no come and this any mobile about it. Over once away, about Pasiabo. Every guy, I was simple. Yes, and I will try the best about to about the meeting. About the meeting. Many time I'm not always I put in our photo about the meeting. Because what will be over maybe at the same thing or the photo about a more woman I'm to be that. No matter one. There is no one who way I may have a procedure and found face their face that means you do not want to come and call them a kunya. If I say a baby, I say I check out and never quite a colony. If you are not do a day in first of one of more, but put for me say or no corner, and I'm near my head. You have it to me come home because if you're back of 5 years, no work, a clean and do your turn and petrol and dear, no, to put the train, I know the ideas of your but I say some revenue should be quite said. The idea we are a turn, saying a turn. You be a pen or torn out. Oh, I can't be done. Humble, the has said 5 cities. I'm quite classy 2 grandpa 5 cities. By a man will be this animal. It's like they are there, the host of Bob. I need to follow so no. See, I'm not no somebody dear. It's me a cousin. Ah, well. We are still calling. Meeting a man can be Cabana Comacasa forward of my portion. I know you tell already, because I said, oh, do you remember calling? I am now my move for so was a name at the Emerald for my name from the guys. Yet the host of winning a bar by any Tino, in the house your baby and send me a man in a head. They're finished. And the second year, I managed to know. You are back to my head, but you can't care for my tree and near far from a pint again. Yet, lick it. A man you didn't gun about it. The Cassie a boy man, I feel I never find any miles and a third down. They don't know my you know, far from my pint, you ain't far by me any head of the baby.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it.
whereby me going to vote just free like that. No. I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Meet Kofi Ponsu, a deaf blacksmith who is so talented at what he does. Now, as a lot of people come to him, how is he able to communicate to the people to understand? Even when it comes to pricing, how is he able to do that for the people to understand what exactly he means? As the world celebrates International Sign Language Day, we are here to find out how he is able to leverage sign language to be able to do his business to the understanding of the general public who will come to him for the work.
In a small workshop in the heart of Takwa, the sound of hammering metals fill the air as Kofi Ponsu, a deaf blacksmith, meticulously shapes tools and repairs equipment. For the past 30 years, Kofi has dedicated himself to his craft, proving that disability is no barrier to mastering a trade. Growing up, his hearing siblings could easily engage with the world around them, but for Kofi, communication was a daily struggle because he was the only child born deaf among his parents' 6 children.
So our firstborn was actually a hearing. He was a male, and then same to the second person. And then the third born was also a hearing. The fourth born being a girl was also a hearing. And then the fifth, the same thing, a girl and a hearing. But I was the only one born deaf. Yeah, so what happened was that since then life has been very challenging, and then we are only left with 2 at the moment. But regarding the hearing and then the deaf side, I'm the only one being a deaf.
Speaking through a sign language interpreter, Kofi Ponsu told me that he came to Takwa with his mother from Accra and he decided to stay there in order to make ends meet. Kofi sees his job as a gift from God because he didn't learn it from anyone, neither did he go to school to learn it.
So I'm actually an illiterate, and that I learned this profession myself. Due to my illiteracy, I was thinking about what to do, especially on the issue of employment. So my mother brought me to Takwa, and then a lot of my family members didn't know that I was around. And I personally didn't know the living conditions in Takwa here. So my mother left to Accra, and then bought new tools back to Takwa. And then I started mounting the structure. And I continuously prayed to God. And then gradually, so we have some tools or some items that I used in cars, and they were the things that I began with. So I actually learned this profession myself. It has always been my dream. And then even sometimes I dream about repairing of tools. and that I became consistent and I concentrated on it. So actually learning of this profession was done by myself. Sometimes tools that are spoiled, I welcome people to bring them on board, and as a result I tried perfecting myself with that.
However, his journey has not been without its challenges, especially when it comes to communicating with his clients. While he quickly learned the art of blacksmithing, interactions with clients became a persistent challenge. Despite his remarkable skills, Kofi's clients' inability to understand the sign language, which is the language he understands, often forces him to rely on others for assistance.
Now when the person comes and then speaks, I may not hear. But depending on the tool the person brings and then the gestures being made, I would understand. If it's difficult, I would call in another hearing friend to actually listen and then explain it in such a way that I will understand. Once that is done, I communicate the price of the work to be done. That is the work mindset. If the person speaks in such a way that I don't understand, I quickly rush to beg someone to actually speak on my behalf. The person speaks to him, and then he explains to me, and that settles the issue. I actually have 2 hearing people that normally assist me. And in case one is traveled or one is not around, I call the other person to come in to assist. It actually becomes challenging. For instance, if I don't have any other person, these 2 people not available, I will have to rely on another person who is around that I can explain things such that I will understand. But the person speaking and me being a deaf is very challenging. When the person comes and is speaking, I let the person know right from the scratch that I'm a deaf, and that the person should be patient as I call in another person to come assist me.
This dependency, however, extends beyond basic communication. Negotiating prices for his services poses another significant hurdle. While our conversation was ongoing, a client came in with his business. Kofi has resorted to writing on paper to communicate the prices, but even this method has its drawbacks. He struggled to write the price correctly. He wanted to write 2,800 cedis, but ended up writing 20,800 cedis. But for the interpreter who accompanied me to conduct the interview, who was around to serve as a mediator, Kofi might have lost the business, or the client would have had to wait for Kofi to go and look for another person to help both parties understand themselves.
That's not going on. I'm moving Jamaica. Jamaica. What's that band? Where the Mamma Bufu? Mata.
Nonetheless, Kofi has a remarkable way of striking a deal with his clients, thanks to his honesty and the quality of his work. His reputation has earned him the trust of many, and even with the occasional misunderstandings, customers leave satisfied. He said his customers come from every part of Takwa and Swayam and the Prisia-Huni Valley municipalities with their works because he is the best at blacksmithing.
I actually have a lot of people coming around from diverse places. Some from Aboso here in Takwa, some from Swayam, some from Bogoso, a whole lot of areas. They all bring their work to my place, and I'm the only person over here. I'm the only person over here. I'm the only expert. Because there are a lot of tools that I have, and a lot of people do not have that. They don't really have all those tools. And I'm the only person that makes a perfect work whenever they come around. I don't like deceit. I'm always honest with my work. Yes, a lot of them. Motorcycles, a lot of people have been coming. I sometimes even have white people coming around. Yeah, and then they even sometimes come to video whatever work that I'm doing. They video everything. Sometimes they even gift me, and they gift me millions.
According to him, the place he is operating from does not belong to him. Due to this, he is unable to develop the place to befit the work he does. He is therefore appealing to the general public to support him acquire land on which he can build the kind of structure he wants.
This land is actually not mine, but that of my master's. And it's my aim and my goal to actually own my own land in order to build a project or start this project such that it will actually showcase the work that I'm doing over here. I'm actually appealing at the moment that I have sponsors and people that could support me, secure my own plot of land, as well as establish my shop such that it will showcase everything that I'm doing regarding my work.
But for Kofi, the challenges he faces every day go beyond his workshop. He believes that his solution lies in the broader community learning sign language, emphasizing the need for inclusivity.
When hearing people come around, they try to speak, and I have to go beg someone to assist in that regard before I understand. Now that is really a big challenge and a big blow for us. Normally, it begins with gestures. He does his, and I try explaining the cost involved and everything. So we are pleading with the hearing community to actually be serious with the studies of sign language in order to help with our work. Thank you.
As we celebrate International Sign Language Day, Kofi's story is a reminder of the importance of breaking communication barriers between the deaf and the hearing community through the learning of sign language. I have come to Sign Language Empowerment Silanem Academy, an organization which is helping in the training of sign language in basic schools in Ghana, to find out the progress made in the learning of sign language in Ghana so far. According to the Executive Director of Silanem, Richmond Baidu, the government and some organizations are making some interventions toward the learning of sign language.
Okay, so I think the government is doing a lot when it comes to the issue of sign language studies. So for instance, if you go to the nursing and midwifery training colleges, if you go to the teacher training colleges, there is the teaching and learning of sign language in all these institutions. However, there are still some gaps that need to be filled, in the sense that these institutions, some offer them only for a semester. And I believe that this, in my own opinion, isn't going to help. Because once they move to level 200, level 300, everything has been forgotten. So I believe that making it compulsory throughout, from level 100 to the complete, will go a long way to assist, such that once they complete or they graduate, they can be of help to the deaf community. The next thing we can also talk about is in relation to the Ghana National Association of the Deaf, which is NAD. NAD has also introduced a professional sign language training at the University of Cape Coast UCC, where professionals, those who want to become professionals, also go there to have formal education. However, there are still hitches in the sense that you can imagine if a person who is a newbie or someone who is now learning or picking it up, it's going to be difficult for such an individual, and hence there should be avenues for new students to actually acquire sign language education. Also, National Association of Sign Language Interpreters Ghana, which is NASLIM, where I serve as a secretary, I believe that they are also doing their best by mobilizing all interpreters within the regions in order to be of help to the deaf community.
Richmond Beidou is advocating for the inclusion of the teaching and learning of sign language in the curriculum in the basic schools for students to learn the sign language, just as French is studied in the basic schools. He noted that his organization has begun introducing sign language in some basic schools. Through this, the organization has been organizing sign language quiz competitions for these schools to test their sign language fluency. Mr. Beidou believes that when the needed support is given to organizations to help in sign language training, the communication gap between the deaf and the hearing communities will be bridged to bring harmony.
B, C, D, E, F, J, H, I, J, okay, F for what? F for, some of you are reading, some of you are just raising your hand now. Okay, F for this girl, F for.
So we are hereby advocating for the teaching and learning of sign language across all institutions, especially our basic schools. We believe that the introduction of sign language in the basic schools will help take off or unveil certain misconceptions that the society has about deaf individuals. Since these children are the next generation, we believe that even if the persistent issues are difficult to be dealt with, handling these children will help do away with these challenges that we are facing. We are hereby appealing that the government should try its possible best to include sign language as part of the school's curriculum. Just as French has been made compulsory now, we believe that it is possible to as well include sign language as part of the education curriculum in order to foster an inclusive society and also help the deaf community. Therefore, in our own small way, that is my organization, SILANEM, that is Sign Language Empowerment, we have introduced a pragmatic adventure by introducing sign language into basic schools in Ghana. We are specifically located in Takwa, but annually we organize a sign language quiz competition by including all basic schools across the country, bringing them on board in order to also assist in the advocacy campaign. We are hereby pleading that the government should extend a supporting hand in the teaching and learning of sign language in the basic schools and across all institutions as well. So research has shown that children who are exposed to the teaching and learning of sign language have their brain developed to about 20 to 40%. This really tells us of the cognitive development on the side of our children if we enforce the teaching and learning of sign language. So I believe that the significance of sign language is not only limited to our deaf community, but will as well be beneficial to the hearing community as well. So we are hereby pleading to all stakeholders to come on board to assist in that regard.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever.
From Takwa in the western region of Ghana, my name is Thomas Tete reporting
for GhanaWeb.
I would like us to use this opportunity to pray for peaceful elections. I don't want this football field, this football game to have an effect on this. We have a peaceful country. We should leave it like that. The outcomes.
Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
I will tell all Ghanaians to be mindful and think of their kids, the generation, so that there will be no violence, there will be peace, because we don't have anywhere to go. Ghana is the only country we have now.
The 2024 election is something that we are all anticipating, and then one thing I would like to tell Ghanaians is to go to the polls and then actually vote. I mean, you have the right to make a decision for yourself and choose which leader you would want to come and lead you. You don't just want anybody or any other person to go and make a decision for you. And so you have the right to use your thumb to decide who you want to vote for, and then let that person, looking at their policies, if you think they are right, let them come and then do the magic that you want. Don't just let anybody decide for you. And then it should be peaceful, no violence. Don't push somebody or don't push your opinion on someone. So just go, do your thing, and then be back and then rest.
The peace message I have for Ghanaians is that we should all be advocates. We should all be campaign messages, or we should all advocate for peaceful elections. We shouldn't, we should go out, vote for the candidate we prefer peacefully. There should be no agitations, no, quarrels. Just go out there, vote. When you're done, you go peacefully back to your house. And then we should all, avoid violence.
The peace message to the nation is that everybody should vote. When you get there, you vote, you go back home. You don't stand there arguing, and then they will beat you up. When you vote, you go up, and when the result comes, you read it.
As Ghanaians, we need to go out and vote, but in doing so, we have to ensure that we vote peacefully and leave the premises after that. And generally, we want to see a peaceful Ghana after December 7th. So let's all do our part, and then we'll see 2025.
It goes without saying that Ghana is a beacon, an icon of hope, not just within the sub-region, but the continent as a whole. We've had a bit of difficulties, economic challenges, but as far as the peace and tranquility that we share and enjoy as a nation, it is one that even all the wealth of the whole world cannot purchase. So I'll just entreat everyone, in spite of even though the stakes are high, emotions are raw, that we go according to law, vote peacefully, and respect the will of the people.
As Ghanaians go to the polls December 7th to vote for their preferred candidates, presidential and parliamentary, it is expected that they do that in peace. And I want to join my voice or add my voice to that of the IGP and every other stakeholder who has been calling for sanctions or for some form of punishment for electoral offenders, that once such a thing happens, the security agencies should be on standby and, give the necessary punishments for the lack of a better word, to persons or to electoral offenders.
Peace is critical in this particular elections because the stakes are high. We expect that the peace that we have enjoyed over the past election years will still prevail, so that at least businesses can continue to do business, so that the economy can continue to run without any fear and panic in the economy. So I would encourage Ghanaians, even as we enter into the election, even as we go to the polling stations, to, as much as possible, just cast their votes and then go back peacefully to their homes and then expect the results at the end of the day.
Let's maintain peace. We have one Ghana. It is Ghana and no other country. Let's maintain the peace. The peace is so important. Until you experience war, you won't appreciate what peace is. So let's embrace peace at all avenues, so that we can go to the wache seller and buy our wache freely and enjoy it. When there is war, there is no way we will feel free to go to the wache seller and enjoy that early morning hot wache. So let's maintain peace, let's embrace peace wherever, and let's be advocates of peace wherever we find ourselves. Let's encourage each and everyone to maintain peace before, during, and after the elections.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
So it's about 30 days and Ghanaians will be heading to the polls to vote for a new president and members of parliament
for the next 4 years. Ahead of that crucial vote, it's rather important to talk about election security, tackling misinformation, and as well as fact-checking, which is very crucial to ensure the integrity of our electoral process. Today on Election Desk, I have here with me Dr. Kafui Chekpo, and he's a research associate with the African Leadership Center, Nairobi, and we'll be talking about election security, tackling misinformation, as well as fact-checking. Doc, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you for having me. How are you too?
I'm doing very well. I know you're a very busy man, so it's very good to have you in studio.
Well, for God and country.
Great. So what would you make of the current dynamics as we head into the 2024 elections?
Well, every election, since the foundational election of modern Ghana, right up to this, and when I say foundational elections of modern Ghana, right from the plebiscites that led to the independence election, the elections of 52 and then 54 before finally Ghana gained independence in 1957, through to present day, the 2024 election, which is just about 30 days away, have all had their different dynamics. And so it is important to look at that or to consider that when you are looking at election dynamics. But most importantly, under the Fourth Republic, we've also not had the same kind of dynamics since 92. 92 was foundational for the Fourth Republic. The dynamics were quite different, given that it was on the back of long period of non-elected governance in this country. Non-elected in the sense that we didn't have the president and his immediate assigns elected. But then in 1986-87, thereabout, we held the district assembly elections, which was a form of governing from below in a party.
Constituency, regional and national collation centers, there will be basic instructions that will govern and guide us in terms of the requests for recounts and recollations and so on across the various collation centers. The aid memoirs would also focus on, issues such as the correction of errors on the various forms should such arise. And so you should witness this. I believe when you go to our various centers, you see these instructions posted on the walls, which provide clarity to areas that hitherto were considered gray areas. And so basically, in a nutshell, adequate training to enable the hours after that. We stand in readiness to conduct, as you may be aware, the special voting on Monday, the 2nd of December, 2024. The special voting would go on in all 328 special voting centers across the constituencies. I believe that you are aware that the special voting is restricted to members of the security, members of the media, and some of the EC's own electoral officials who applied for special voting. And it is limited to those who applied. And by this we refer to the security agencies, the media, and the election officials. But you must have applied. We have worked with the Election Security Task Force and the media agencies through the Ghana Journalists Association. And to date, we provided the register or the list of persons who are registered on our special voters register to both agencies. And we believe that this has been exhibited on the websites to enable those who registered visit the websites to clarify their voting centers and so on and so forth. So we are confident that we'll have a successful special voting arrangement on Monday, the 2nd of December. Our officials are in readiness. We have an adequate supply of the ballot papers, the indelible ink, the various forms that may be necessary. And of course, the biometric verification devices are also in place to ensure a smooth and seamless special voting exercise come Monday, the 2nd of December, 2024. So in a nutshell, this is how prepared we are. We, as a commission, we stand in readiness. As I mentioned, we are ready to conduct peaceful, credible, and transparent and fair elections come the 2nd and the 7th of December 2024. So I'd like to end here and pause here and provide an opportunity to the head of our election security force in the person of the Inspector General of Police to also brief us on their readiness. But we'd like to thank all of you, as I mentioned, the police service, the army, and all the other agencies for your support at our various centers, the fire service, the immigration, the customs, the prisons. We know that you all stand in readiness, and together we will work to make the elections a peaceful and successful enterprise. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Madam Chairperson and your able team from the Electoral Commission, my colleagues, heads of sister security agencies, and my colleagues, members of the National Election Security Task Force, both the heads and the technical teams made up of all the officials from the security agencies of our beloved country, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters from the media. We want to say that on behalf of the entire membership of the National Election Security Task Force, we want to thank the chairperson and her team for the warm reception that has been accorded us since we arrived in this building. In fact, since the election process began, this place has become our second home. We have been in and out of it at every major stage of the elections process. That demonstrates the commitment we have towards supporting the lead institution in this election, which is the Electoral Commission, in carrying out its mandate. And we want at this point to commend, and I want to repeat, commend the chairperson and her team across the country, every stage of it. We have been there with them, supporting them in carrying out their mandate. And so far, with what we are seeing relative to what has happened in the past, it means we have come that far and we have seen a lot of improvement. Africa is grateful to you for showing the way for us when it comes to elections. Madam Chair, we are also grateful, and we are here today to celebrate with you the special bond of relationship between our two institutions. And here, by this, I mean the institution of the National Election Security Task Force and the Electoral Commission, when it comes to the partnership we have exhibited during this election process, which has taken us to another level, where we are able to work together, both formally and informally, with phone calls flying all over the place in making sure things get done. And maybe the last phone call I received yesterday was somewhere around 10:30 p.m., all towards making sure that the logistics movement and all the things that we do are on point to ensure that we give Ghana the election it deserves as a beacon of hope for Africa. So, Madam Chair, we are here to celebrate this partnership, and we believe that the way we are working in supporting you, who is the lead agency, if we continue like that, truly this election will be the most peaceful in this country. Madam Chair, you have told us all the work that you have been doing. We are aware of it because we have been working each journey with you. And in terms of our preparation, for the benefit of the public and the generality of Ghanaians, we want to also assure them that, in fact, we are over ready as the security agencies in support of the excellent job that you are doing. And we'll do all what it takes, and I repeat, all what it takes to ensure that this country continues to be at peace with herself. And in our readiness, Madam Chair, we want to also say that we will protect every Ghanaian and we will protect every stakeholder in these elections. And more importantly, we will protect you and your staff as they go about their constitutional duty of ensuring that the election is executed to the benefit of Ghanaians. So that assurance we want to give to you and to your staff for them to feel free to undertake their assignment without any hindrance or without any fear, because we will have your back as security agencies. Madam Chair, also we are here today as a way of debriefing and the transportation of the ballots across the country. And like you rightly indicated, we are 95% done. And with the BVDs, we are also almost 50% done. And looking at the timetable that we are working with, we are sure that within the shortest possible time, over the next couple of days, we'll be done with all this, and all these facilities and logistics will be in place at where it matters. So we are here to look at that debriefing, and I know after this session, our technical team will meet your technical team, then we'll look at it also from that angle. That has been very successful from where we sit. And once again, the commendation goes to you and your team, and we are always going to be there in support of the good job that you are doing. Madam Chair, also we are here as part of the whole process to do with the fact that with the coming into being of the second, December elections in terms of the special voting, we are here to work with you and your team and see to it that beyond that process of re-voting, we are clear in our minds all the issues that you need us to address to make sure that that aspect also pass successfully. So that is also something that we'll work with you and your technical team to firm up for the already ongoing deployment of those resources. Again, one other very important matter, Madam Chair, that we are also working on and are coming here to work at regional levels where they matter from the center. Then the next level, we are also, with the technical team and with your technical team, the work that you've done, briefing us on it in terms of being able to know the distribution plan also from the regional level onto the constituency levels across the country, so that we'll provide the needed support for you, as we have always done, to make sure that we take that aspect also off the table. So, Madam Chair, in brief, we are here to commend you and your team, and to assure you that we are there for you and your team in protecting you and ensuring that you're ready to do the job that they have assigned us, and to plead with them that the way we have conducted ourselves so far is commendable, and the credit go to every Ghanaian, and also to all the political parties for exercising restraint and doing something very unique compared to all the elections that we've done in the past, where violence associated with campaigning regulate the corner when it comes to our democratic dispensation. And we should stay focused and make sure that at the end of the day, Ghana wins. And finally, also to wish all Ghanaians, to let all Ghanaians know that at the end of the day, each one of us is talking peace. And our talking, we have been able, so our actions will become more powerful and it will back our words. In effect, let's continue to walk the talk of peace as we have all been preaching. And the way we are going, if we double it, I can assure you, Ghana will continue to show yet another example of leadership when it comes to democratic dispensation. On that note, Madam Chair, we are so grateful to be here, and our technical team at the end of this session will meet your technical team, and then you let us know all the things that we need to do to help for the rest of the process to be successful. I thank you very much.
On the note of commendation to the Electoral Commission and the talk of peace, walking peace, and acting peacefully, I would like to hand over the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the host organization, to give us the closing remarks. Madam.
Thank you very much. IGP, thank you so much for your reassurance. As I mentioned at the start of this meeting, your presence here with the members of the heads of the various security agencies demonstrates your commitment to ensuring peace before, during, and after the election. And we feel very safe, I must say. Feel very safe. And we'd like to thank you for your partnership, and it's good to know that you have taken on the security aspect of this election, and as you mentioned, you are going to walk the talk, and each and every one of us would also walk the talk. I did mention that as a commission, we are committed to ensuring peace before, during, and after the elections. We believe that peace is a process, and I'm confident that right from the start of this electoral process, our calendar, we have demonstrated in our actions that we are committed to peace. And we've done so by bringing on board the citizenry, opening up our processes, all aspects of so agencies. We thank all of you, our media partners, for working with us, for partnering with us, for ensuring that the work that we are, both our institutions and that is brought to the doorstep of the citizens. We couldn't have achieved the peace that we enjoy without your contribution. And before we bring the curtains to a close, we encourage all the citizenry, the voting public, to go to the polls, those who are on the special voters register, to take the opportunity to visit the various polling centers, and exercise their votes, cast their votes in an orderly and peaceful manner. And we look forward to a credible and peaceful and transparent process. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we close from here, at the beginning of this session, we call upon the Lord. Shall we have a word of prayer? Shall we be on our feet? Yes. The Almighty God, the King of peace, we call on you. We ask the Lord of God, breathe the life of peace on this nation. As we go into the elections, may you carry us through, and at the end of the day, we will ascribe all the glory to your name. As we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you for coming. We'll go into a technical meeting, and on that basis, we'll ask the media to excuse us. So, please, Peter, space. Please, the media, we're going to take group pictures outside, so you can go outside. Can you allow the police to pass out to find out?
Last time for them, I'm going to say only pa waji schedule. Oh yeah, dear, one day only yours actually. On fan could do on fan could we pa da. Said there maybe as a more giant or ball penalty money ball pono. Since that day, last time for Debbie. Would dear grow. Now I'm out paying for crown by force and work massy. Coach in India, what is the coach in Ancasa or no Ancasa or Nigeria? Or any TV no Casacra, what is when you're confident or any pair. Maintain of the bow, any power confidence be a winning. Because they will be see a casa, they will be as a Bema power, Generation Trimua or Bottom Sacola, but only a chance or a Bema, Balimuno or Tosini Bebre, or Tony confidence be our coaching. I'll tell you something. Oh, man, Panny Babins and Uncle on any man could do.
Welcome back. This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and as indicated earlier, today we are discussing election security, and joining me for today is our very own Dr. Adam Bona. Doc, welcome.
Thank you. And good morning. Good morning to the viewers.
Let's just kick off our conversation first with issues of vigilantism. Let's set the pace with that. We live in a country where political parties have resorted to all sorts of dubious means to subvert the people's will, more or less, by hiring tax here and there. The leaders of this nation, in their own wisdom, saw it necessary to enact laws to curb this. So to start off with vigilantism, where are we as a country in dealing with vigilantism, election-related vigilantism, and how does all of that come into play in this going into this election?
Well, what I can say, once again, welcome, and what I can say is that prior to 2019, and prior to the promulgation of the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, we didn't have that act. We had, those type of offences, were not criminalized. For instance, joining one of the notable vigilante groups like Invisible Forces and the rest, it wasn't criminalized. And so we all know, some of the activities these guys have been part of. Terrorizing everybody, beating people, maiming people. And so we know the mother of all election-related violence happened in 2019. The by-election of Ayawaso West Wagon, and the location is not too far away from here. It's just across. And eventually the president at the SONA, the first time vigilantism took center, stage, the president said that he was giving 2 weeks or so to the major political parties to disband their vigilante groups, internal vigilante groups, or else he will promulgate a law to banning them. But subsequently, yes, a law was drafted, or a bill was drafted, put before Parliament. Some of us played, some roles with how it should look like. And eventually it was criminalized. About 27 groups were, listed. But significantly, the act, the Vigilantism and Other Offences, Act, indicated that they would want the National Security Minister would have to periodically update the list. So as we speak, since the passage or the promulgation of that, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act, and the 27 list of organizations, or you call them vigilante groups that were outlawed, the list has not been expanded by law. There's a process the minister must go through in outlawing. He hasn't done that. We all know the Iowa's West Wagon Commission, the short commission, as we call it, did a fantastic job. One of the personalities that sat there as a commissioner was, the respectable Madam Ladyship Mensah Bonsu. And you know the work they did. Fine personalities. But when they finished, the white paper eventually was whitewashed by His Excellency the President, by disagreeing and telling them that the TOR, the terms of reference he gave them, they deviated. If you set exams for me and I deviate, what do? You are likely to ask me to do a reset, isn't it? I think if you go to the university, even secondary school, if you did not pass some subjects, there's a possibility, but nothing happened. Even those who were injured, who we are told were supposed to have been compensated, have not been compensated up to today. For some reasons, we are told they haven't been able to compensate them, and most of them are lying in their various rooms. So I have said it that anybody who works within the security space will tell you that we have a situation where the number has moved from 27 who were captured in that list, the law, who were captured in the original, the original law, or the law, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, the number has multiplied, has gone up to about 72. And most of them have ended up, those who initially were captured, like the Invisible Forces, the Burger Bulldogs, you can mention them, who were captured, eventually metamorphosed into, some of them becoming private security organizations, and they are still doing probably worse than we are seeing. So as far as I'm concerned, the issue of vigilantism has rather probably gotten worse in different folds, and we have not been able to counter it the way the law wanted us to counter it.
That means we are not good off as from where we started, and even what even prompted us to institute these laws in the first place. Tell us where that puts us going into this election, specifically on the issue of vigilantism. What are some of the risks that we tend to face as a country in terms of vigilantism, having failed in this aspect? Where does that put us?
Where it puts us is a very, head-on collusion with ourselves. Because if you know what happened recently when the MPP NDC youth went on a march, some persons from nowhere, out of a dispute, shot some people and injured them. We have seen these days, young people settle disputes not by disagreeing verbally, and these days not even by fisticuffs, where as growing up, when you disagreed with your colleague, you settle it up by fighting a bit, which probably today I would say wasn't too good. But we didn't settle scores by using machetes and guns and the rest. But today, they are settling scores They are fighting among themselves, sometimes politically. You see this person, you know this person, and when you go to every community, every constituency in this country, every polling area, they know who somebody is, who the bad boys, and so we have not been able to settle that issue. The only thing we were able to do was probably prevent the act of 2019, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, cured a certain mischief and a certain impending carnage. But you see, even with that, we still had 8 people dying. So if that act probably had not been promulgated, so I wouldn't say it's been negative. If it had not been promulgated, maybe the 8 people who unfortunately lost their lives under our democracy would have had many more people dying. So Ayawaso West Wagon, if you ask me, was more or less like a dress rehearsal. But probably looking at what happened during the Emil Short Commission and how people contradicted themselves, how some people were cited in their reports, it looks like others took a cue out of it and said, you know, if I do some of these things, one day my party would be out of government and I would be punished. So you can see that 2020, even with the promulgation of that law, of that, the act, people died unprecedented since 1992. I have said it openly that I was old enough to have voted into being part of those who voted to bring the 1992 Constitution. As part of those who voted for the referendum, I was old enough to have voted. Do you understand? And I would say that having, you know, at my age, probably I would say I have not seen in my working life, security and all that, these people dying. And up to today, we seem not to have brought any closure to that.
We'll come to the issue of closure, but moving away from the issue of vigilantism, we are more or less in the data and information age, and we expect a lot of information dissemination and issues of disinformation come up in this election. What are the risks we face in terms of information dissemination going into this election?
Well, disinformation and misinformation is by itself a technological canker, call it that way. I would want to refer to it as a technological genocide, where one person, by facing a camera, and these days we all have become trained or untrained media people. All you need is to sit in my garden and put a camera or a tripod in front of you. And these days you don't need any sophistication when it comes to these things. You have a SIM card in it and it's transmitting, depending on your followers. Sometimes some of these guys who would do these things have more followers than some media houses. And it's broadcasting to them. So you can imagine if such a person is lying. The person is lying that this number of people have been killed, that number of people have been killed. Or somebody is carrying firearms and going to point B. So let's go and ambush them. And you don't know. What will happen is that innocent lives are going to be lost. People are going to be afraid. Fear and panic will creep in. And once fear and panic creeps in, you might have people not wanting to go out there and go and vote, because then what is in the atmosphere, what is out there is that, oh, these politicians, when you even vote for them, they go and they sort their families and their friends and they leave you. So why should I go and kill myself for them? Forgetting that, well, this our democracy is still better than probably any dictatorship of a sort. I mean, depends on the way where you stand. I believe that no matter what, we should guard our democracy jealously, because it is better be done. Whatever military, whatever dictatorship one would have lived under, even though some would say, well, are we not living under a certain regime? I say no. We voted to elect our leaders, to elect the president and elect our MPs and the rest. And so this is still better. I mean, having known or having seen what the devastation coups did to us in this country.
So then, I would love for us to discuss the solutions at the latter part of this discussion. But to speak a little bit of on dealing with the issue of disinformation, there are people who have said, look, regardless of our association to freedom of speech and all that, there is a need for regulation. What do you say should be some of the things that should be in place in guarding against misinformation and spreading of fake news going into this election, considering the impact on public safety and security?
I tell you what, I am one of the proponents of freedom of speech and fundamental human rights. And one of our rights as citizens, as a sovereign, is to be able to speak freely, to be able to do things freely, but responsibly. And so I think we should be very careful when it comes to censorship. I wouldn't want you to come to me for us to talk, and I am afraid to speak. I should never be afraid to speak. What I should rather be keen on doing is responsible, speech. So I tell you things that I can defend. I tell you things that I can substantiate. I tell you things that will not be injurious, to our cohesion, the way we have lived. I will tell you things that would not lead to, people being fearful of their lives. I'll tell you things that will make people happy. We already have laws that criminalizes those who might want to put some information that might end up not being true. We have, if you take the Criminal Offences Act, specifically Section 208, it talks about publication of false news. If you were to publish anything that is not true, and the police deems same to be false, they would investigate it, and you will be arrested, questioned, come and substantiate. So as we sit here, if I was to say that Kwesi Mensah or Salifu is preparing to do A, B, C, D, S, Y, Z, and he's going to do that to be able to probably take over this country, the police will be looking for me and be looking for that said Salifu, because then I am alleging that a certain Kwesi Mensah wants to do the unthinkable. If I'm not able to produce Kwesi Mensah, or if I did produce Kwesi Mensah and Kwesi Mensah said, no. What you say now, I have no knowledge of it, I will still be guilty. If I'm not able to defend myself, I will still be guilty of misinformation and false publication of news that is deemed to be injurious to the public. Even though it's a misdemeanor, it's punishable by law. And so mine is that we still have some laws that criminalizes false publication of news and all that into the public. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think we shouldn't go. We used to have the criminal libel. And the Kweku Bakons and co were incarcerated and all that for speaking their minds. To a very large extent, if it is between me and you alone, if I said you have done something, if I say you are a thief, excuse me to say in quotes, if I say you are a thief, at best, you can sue me in tort. You can go and sue me for defamation. Do you understand me? But you cannot go and report me to the police. If I say the president is a thief, the president cannot go and report me to the police. And national security cannot report me to the police, or they cannot arrest me. If I said the president was corrupt, if the president and his lawyers think they are not, there are remedies in law. You sue me in defamation. But in the past, you will be arrested and thrown into the kwabong, into cells, and then they prosecute you. All those laws have been repealed. But I think that little one there, 208, is okay. Let's leave it under the Offences Act 29, the Criminal Offences Act 29, specifically Section 208. I think it is enough to ensure that we are responsible people when it comes to speech.
We'll soon take a commercial break. But before we do that, let's the role of stakeholders in all of this, on the issue of disinformation and information, the role of stakeholders like the security agencies, the Electoral Commission, and even government itself. We recently, the National Democratic Congress sought audience with the Electoral Commission and actually sought to have the presence of the media in the discussion. The EC vehemently resisted. How does what is the onus that lies on the various stakeholders in making sure that information, not just information, but the right information is spread to the right people at the right time to help settle and manage issues of security in this going into this election?
Well, what I can say, what I'm mentioning words would be, you see, I'm not holding brief for the EC. I mean, those of you who have followed me knows my disagreement with the EC, and I still disagree with them on various fronts, and anytime I agree with them, I put it across as well. I think that it cuts both ways. In one way, the EC, I would say, should have allowed you into the meeting. But if you take Apex Media, GhanaWeb, you are big. We have smaller media houses. Some of them are even big, but they are so irresponsible. He comes into the meeting. When you say is, he says was. You know, when I say something and I use the article is, and you decide to go and change it to was, you have turned the whole thing to be something else. When you know that this is, if you are quoting me, quote me well. So I would say that it's incumbent on the media to also be responsible. But the stakeholders, I say that allow the media into the space as much as possible, because all of us cannot be everywhere at the same time. We are almost 40 million Ghanaians. But media houses such as yours, GhanaWeb TV, you'll be able to, if you are allowed to sit in IPAC meeting, they call it, you'll be able to broadcast things to millions of your followers, isn't it? Correct. So then mine is that why not allow them if we are building a democracy? We are less than 40 years old. Others are over 500 years. Others are 400, 300. We are. But that is not an excuse. We cannot reinvent the wheel. So mine is that the stakeholders, these days is good. Some of us had to continuously speak to get the national security set up. In the past, oh, this way, this thing, with their national security. And I say, what is now national security? The thing you think is national security, once you are typing the thing that confidential, you type here before you send it to whoever you are sending it to. Someone takes a photo, millions of Ghanaians have seen it. So why are you classifying that thing as confidential when you know it will be intercepted? If it will be intercepted, then it is no longer confidential. So if we have to know, you see, it is better to let the citizens know and be informed. That way, even if they are disagreeing with you, they disagree with you based on policy, based on a certain informed or misinformed opinions. Then you would use that to be able to let them know that, you know what, please, this information, this is how it's going. Now, I think the national security, I must confess, have improved. These days, we don't even see them in the news. It was a daily occurrence where you see them, they've gone to this person's house, they've surrounded the house, you know, work that the police was supposed to be doing. You see national security hoodlums parading themselves with guns and their zukus, and your colleague, Caleb Kuda from the city group, look at the way he was beating, he and the lady. You get it? And it's happened. Even when you look at your colleague from multimedia, what is his name? Who had
injury at the police headquarters.
At the police headquarters. Can you imagine? At the police headquarters, if you wanted safety, where would you get it? But the then police administration probably could not provide that safety to your colleague. He had a concussion. I think he still wears certain things on his skull. Mine is that the media I say they cut both ways. They will cut you good if they have to cut good. If you do bad, they will also cut you bad. But sometimes we should know how the position of the media. I think it is for a good reason we say there are three arms of government. But there is also a very important one that has not been captured, and that is the fourth estate of the realm, which you belong to. It is about the most important arm of government that adds to the other three, yet it has not been scripted that they are supposed to be part, because then if the president wants to talk to Ghanaians, how does he talk to Ghanaians? He talks to Ghanaians through the media. So without the media, you know how democracy would have been. You will get up and hear him and will just be too animalistic. But the media, in a very large extent, I say, has made us a bit more civilized, because then when you are lying, I can go on the internet. I have shared something. I shared a document recently without checking the dates on a platform. And quickly, a colleague drew my attention, oh, this is 2022. And I said, oh, thank you for the correction. So even at my level, we all make mistakes. But because on that platform, somebody there, and you say, yeah, when I say it's a media, I said, what's that platform? He said, no, it's 2022. It's not today. But I was probably transmitting information thinking because I hadn't looked at it well. So I think that the role of the media cannot be underestimated.
This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest today is Security and Safety Analyst Dr. Adam Bona. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and I'm still seated here with Dr. Adam Bona, Security and Safety Analyst. We are discussing election security-related issues, and we will now delve into the almighty issue of security deployment before, during, and after the elections. This is a very sensitive and important issue when it comes to security issues on elections. How prepared are we? What should be done? How should we even go about it to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody walks home satisfied and happy?
I think I will take what the respectable Inspector General of Police, Dr. Ekufu Dampare, has told us. He said that this election, in terms of security, would be one of the most peaceful elections we have ever had. I think that I will take his word and believe that what he's promised Ghanaians, he will do it. He's going to ensure. In the sense that I think since he became the Inspector General of Police, by-elections that we all know were a do and die process. Once it was a by-election, Itiwa, Ayawas West were gone. And every by-election in this country was an election where a lot of rounds of firearms, people got injured, people got butchered. But I think since he took over, we have had Kumeu elections. There were no violence. We have had Assin, which we all know. The narrative behind Assin is like Accra House of Folk and Asante Kotoko. If you want to see how the football is going to be played on the day, just monitor the media airwaves. You see the House supporters jumping, and the Kotoko, then they are battling one another. So they do the battle before the 11-11 goes onto the field to play. It doesn't matter whether it's in Kumasi or it's in Accra. So Jachukwesin's issue, Honorable Jachukwesin's issue, was almost like a blot on our conscience, like something that shouldn't have been happening and is happening. So people are taking entrenched decision, coupled with the Supreme Court ruling that he can no longer hold himself as an MP. It meant that we needed to go into a by-election. But they went there and the police were able to give us the needed security so that there was no blood was spilled, which to me is good. together with the internal elections for the various political parties. You remember the youth elections, the NDC youth elections in Cape Coast or so. Some people took the laws. The police chased them into Techiman and other places and arrested some of them. So I want to believe that with that assurance, and together with especially the citizens, because it's all about human security. And I've repeated this in several events, several publications, several write-ups, that no military has ever defeated the people. No security has ever defeated the will of the people. If the people are determined, you cannot defeat them. And I'm saying this because you can talk about Afghanistan, you can talk about Egypt, what's the name? The Arab Spring. You can talk about Tunisia. You can talk about even Vietnam. The Americans couldn't defeat the Vietnamese. The Americans couldn't defeat even the Iraqis. They couldn't defeat the Afghans. They had to run. They had to leave. So when the people are determined, no security, no military has ever defeated the will of the people. So mine is that our security is in our hands. The police, and I have said it without any fear nor favor, that we do not need the military to be part of our security architecture. I was having a banter before you came this morning with a retired senior, one of the most senior military commanders of our country. And he asked me, why am I propagating? I said, I've been propagating this not today. We are aware that the military is not deployed without firearms. If you are deploying them, you deploy them with firearms. Are we going to the ballots, the polling centers with guns? Are we going to fight there? Why are you sending the military with firearms, with, rifles loaded to go to, polling centers? So once we take our security into our own hands, George, I tell you what, it will be very difficult for any state security. You can bring the American army. They will not be able to defeat 40 million Ghanaians. So mine is that Ghanaians should take their destiny into their own hands. Ghanaians should remember that our security is so important. Let's not just leave our security into the hands of the police, immigration, fire, prisons, and the rest. The military, I said they shouldn't be part of it. Because, and mine is, this is for emphasis, and the emphasis is mine, that the military should not be deployed, because then military are not trained for riot control. They are not trained. They don't have riot shields. You only send them to a situation where they are needed for combat purposes. So when they go and people start throwing stones, we saw it in Nigeria, they kneel and take an aim, and pow, pow, people go down, isn't it? We don't want that.
So for you, it's a zero deployment of military for the election?
Yes, the reason is that, and what happened in Techiman? In one breath, we are told it's the military. In one breath, we are told it's the police. But when we know that, and we all know that when the military is brought in, per the conventions, the police must stand down. Are you with me? The police must stand down. When the military is brought in, they take charge. So if they take charge, do they take charge? People throwing stones and someone shooting lethal bullets. But the police and the rest are trained. I'm sure you've seen prison officers. One prison officer with about 5 inmates. And the prison officer is sitting under a tree. And the inmates are within. Have you not seen it? Have you not asked yourself questions, how do they do it? Or you've never asked yourself that question. Have you ever asked yourself that question? People have asked me, these people, they brought them from his home. Why are they? The guy is sitting under the tree, and the guys are within and they are not running away. Because the prison officer has been intelligently trained so much so that if you put 7 inmates under his care to come into this neighborhood, this estate or this neighborhood, to come and clean here, he would actually come and sit in this house or sit here. And The guys will finish, and when they finish, they will come and knock and tell you, Master, you will, Yankwe. They won't run away. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So if it is not your job, it is not your job. The military is trained for external aggression, our territorial protection. You will bring them in when you have declared a state of emergency. Then they take charge. You see, we're talking about state of emergency for Galamsey. Because they take charge. And it is the commander-in-chief, the president, who does that. Declares state of emergency. So you deploy the military, you give them firearms with bullets. And people are out for, and Tokwane, there are people who disagree. Sometimes they will throw blows, they will throw stones. Then you shoot, pow, 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 pow. People are dead. George, what do we do? So don't deploy the military.
Okay. Talking about deployment, you've spoken extensively about Ejura and how Assin North and how it has helped and garnered public trust in our security service. But then there is the underlying issue of the infamous leak tape of people conspiring to remove the IGP and what have you. As a matter of fact, on that tape, there were issues around the deployment, security deployment too.
Mafia.
Yes. What do we need to do? What does the security agencies need to do specifically in terms of deployment, making sure that the right people are assigned to the right places at the right time, just to attract public confidence? Because at the end of the day, it's all about confidence. If the people have trust in what the security services are doing, there is no need to even go and fight or question it in the first place.
Well, you see, the leak tape is you know how some of us were not happy about the leak tape because some people were conspiring to remove their IGP so they can do mafia. If they are made IGP, they can do mafia to break the 8 and blah, 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 all those things. Eventually, Parliament set up a probe, and the probe led to findings of, yes, these people actually conspired to do A, B, C, D. And those people, some of them are still in the service. You know the reports and recommendations were sent to the president. Have you heard the president issue a paper on that? No, the president hasn't said anything. Those people are still serving. Superintendent Asari and JB, they are still in service. The other bloke, what is his name? COP retired Mensa, he is gone. Who lost the elections at, he stood for PC. So it tells you how security officers have been, some of them, heavily compromised. The guy is wearing uniform by day, and in the night he's a politician. He's in uniform by day. In the night, he's a politician. And he's the one scheming to undermine the electoral processes of this country. And so when the report was put together and sent to Jubilee House, the president, if he was minded, should have acted to ensure that these people are punished. But you see, crime has no expiry date too. Crime is one of the things that when you look at our statutes of Limitation Act, there's nothing like when you commit a crime, after 50 years, you are going to go scot-free. And it's basically, this is a borrowed international law. Do you understand me? Pinochet and other people have been punished.
Donald Trump
and others. So crime has no expiry date. So if you thought that, oh, today my government is in the party, disgracefully, you are a police officer. You are, part of people scheming to undermine the electoral processes. You are not supposed to be a politician. Then you say, I have always been a card-bearing member. And these people are still there. So mine is that the people must come together as we are doing. The police, who are supposed to be in charge of election task force, must make sure the right persons are deployed to the right locations. Do you understand me? Yes. The right persons are deployed to the right locations. Once that is done, there will be confidence. But if you go and deploy somebody like Superintendent JB or Asari, you go and deploy them to a certain location. You know what the people will think? They'll say, this guy, this is not the guy who was scheming that he was going to steal the election for one party. So people will come there well prepared to fight. But if you, just an ordinary police officer, You are not involved in politics. You go and you're at a polling center. You come and vote. You go home. And I am also saying that these elections, for our own security and safety sake, when you are going, go with a kunya or a kunya, what do you call it? Plastic chair. Or get a stool. Or go and sit. When you finish voting, don't go home. Sit at a corner so that your vote will be counted. When it is counted and declared, go home and go and relax. You have done your work. Your civil duty is performed. You don't go home and before you hear, oh, I didn't know my VM, then you think of we don't my VM. So when we are going, go with your plastic chair. Go with your kitchen stool. When you finish voting, look for somewhere. That day, fast. Don't say I'm going to eat and come. Fast. Fast. If you fast for a day, you won't die. Fast. 12 hours, you won't die. That they don't go out for water, they will come and sell water, buy water, drink. Don't go anywhere. So that end of the day, the tension that is characterizing these elections, we will all be party to the elections to make it peaceful. I voted in my hometown constituency in 2020. Issa DBI. It was a very peaceful process. Within a short time, I voted and I was done. But by the time I left and I got to Accra at the evening of the same day. People were dying. So do I blame the Electoral Commission? I think the Electoral Commission got some of the processes right. But unfortunately, some too were not right in terms of the Electoral Commission will say we are not in charge of security. Elections is for you. So you should try to be a party to the security.
Doc, thank you very much. The discussion has been very educative and insightful. We've been discussing issues of electoral security going into the 2024 general elections. Our guest has been Dr. Adam Bona, and he has been very helpful, educating us and all that. Unfortunately, we'll end this episode here. This will be part 1. We'll continue with Doctor, and we'll bring you part 2 of this very discussion. Thank you for joining me for this episode. My name is George AC. See you again next time.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380. 380 Ghana cedis. Yes. Okay. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860. Per session, yes. You have to do 2 every week. Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags pass organ donation law and hashtag legalize organ donation now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It used to be a condition among the aged, but now it's being recorded among young people. It is nicknamed the silent killer. Today on Health Focus, we'll be talking about hypertension. My name is Elliot Nwete, and I have with me here Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kabu. You're welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Elliot.
Briefly, what is hypertension?
So hypertension basically is elevation of the blood pressure or an elevated blood pressure. So the blood pressure is usually measured with two figures, the systolic and then the diastolic. Okay. So the vessels or the ventricles, that is the heart chambers, which we call the ventricles, help contract so that blood is pushed out into the various parts of the body. So when there's that maximum contraction, that is when the systolic blood pressure is measured, and the minimum contraction before the next contraction is what the diastolic is. So let's take, for example, you have a tank, okay, and the tank has different chambers in it, and there's a hose sending water to that tank. Let's take the tank as the heart, and then the hose being the arteries. Now, the blood or the water would represent the blood. So once there is water flowing into the tank, there's supposed to be a certain level at which it's supposed to flow, allowing for good contraction, good relaxation of the tank, just so that it moves. Now, when there is any impairment or when there is any concerns or issues in any part of these, it can cause hypertension. Now, when the systolic pressure is above 140 consistently, and the lower one is above 90 consistently, then we consider that as hypertension.
Why is it nicknamed the silent killer?
It's nicknamed the silent killer simply because it does not show any signs or symptoms, or most of the times the symptoms tend to be very vague, and so people don't pick it up easily, and so that's why it's nicknamed the silent killer.
What changed? Looking at people who have hypertension, so usually or mostly used to be for people after pension, but now we are recording it in under 30 years people. What happened? What changed?
I would say lifestyle plays a significant role. Also, the fact that there is more awareness, more people are going to the hospitals, and so we're picking up some more incidents of hypertension. And then the lifestyle, very important. You know, we have the young ones who are more engaged in more sedentary lifestyles, like they're not active or they're not as active as we would like them to be. One of the things that helps reduce a person's risk of hypertension is being active, and also the diet. We are engaging in more fatty foods, we're not eating healthy at all, and then the alcohol consumption is also one of the reasons why we're diagnosing a lot more hypertension in younger people. And the hypertension, we have different types of hypertension. We have the essential hypertension or primary hypertension, meaning that that is the sole cause of the elevated blood pressure. And we have the secondary hypertension, meaning that the hypertension or elevated blood pressure is caused from other causes, such as maybe a chronic kidney disease that would be causing that. And then we have the gestational hypertension or the pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is for pregnant women.
Thanks for breaking down the types of hypertension to me. But because I'm a young person, I would want to know that aside the intake of alcohol, as you mentioned, lack of exercise and then our diet, what other lifestyle choices put us at risk of getting hypertension?
These are the major lifestyle issues that tend to cause the hypertension. Also, elevated stress. Stress-related factors. It could be your working environment. It would constantly put you in that state of elevated blood pressure, elevated stresses. So it's important that you manage your stresses around you. It could be work-related stress. It could be family stress. It's important that you manage that. And then also salt in our diet. We like tasty food, but that unfortunately does not help our bodies. And increased salt in our diet tends to put us at risk of high blood pressure.
Okay, so one reason you gave for why people call hypertension the silent killer is that it shows close to no symptoms.
Yes.
Does that mean that there are no symptoms for hypertension till maybe you have an attack?
Well, not necessarily. The body has its own way of pointing, letting us know that there's a problem. Okay. But most of the times we don't listen to the body. Okay. So sometimes you could be having just these headaches, persistent headaches that may be pointing to the fact that, okay, your blood pressure, there's something going on in that area. You could also be feeling this dizziness or getting, you are just feeling extremely uneasy. You could be getting recurrent sweating or feeling sweating unusually. It could be a sign that your blood pressure needs to be checked. It's going high. The body just has its own way. Just that persistent feeling of unease is something that could point towards the fact that your blood pressure is getting elevated, and so you need to visit the hospital.
Can it be cured, hypertension, or is it a condition that once you have it, you just have to manage it till it either kills you or you're off it?
Well, what we usually say is hypertension is a lifelong disease, and it's important that you look at the patient as a whole. So hypertension could be the fact that maybe a person's environment, current environment, is causing the elevation in the blood pressure. Okay. So you could advise the person on certain lifestyle modifications, as we call it, just to help reduce the blood pressure or to help keep it within a normal range. So these are some of the things that can be done. So depending on the patient and also what the causative reason for the elevated blood pressure is, it can either be cured or it's something that you'd have to live long with.
Is it possible that hypertension can lead to other medical conditions? What are those conditions?
Yes, so the major concern with elevated blood pressure is the cardiovascular accidents or the what we call the stroke. Okay. So a hemorrhagic stroke is it's one of the major complications of elevated blood pressure. So you could be there and then all of a sudden you're getting a stroke. And that is one of the major complications that we worry with persons who have hypertension. Yeah.
Is it population specific? So like you mentioned that we have, looking at the causes of hypertension, it could be that someone is experiencing or would have hypertension because of the environment they find themselves in, because of a situation they find themselves in. So I'm asking that, is it population specific, and in such situations, how do you diagnose it?
Okay, so when we talk about the population, what I would look at is the pediatric population, that is in the children. We're looking at the middle-aged population or the youth, and then we have the elderly, and then we have the pregnant women. So these are the populations that we would look at. So the values for these individuals differ because a child's normal blood pressure is not the same as an adult's blood pressure, and most of the times the cause is mostly different. Mostly children and the youth tend to have more of a secondary hypertension. That means that it's something, an underlying condition that is causing the hypertension, as opposed to the elderly, which is more of because of age, and so they tend to have the primary or essential hypertension more. So and then the pregnant women, it's the pregnancy that is causing the hypertension, or that may be causing or pushing the hypertension. So depending on the patient which is why we treat patients as individuals and not as a population or as a group. So depending on the individual, what their underlying health condition is, what their risk factors are, then we treat. Is this person a smoker? Is this person binging on alcohol? Is this person obese? What are the stresses surrounding this person? Does this person have any other underlying health condition? How old is this person? These are things that we look out for that lets us know, okay, this is what the person is going to be on. Maybe we can deal with this, and then the hypertension may be in the long run resolved.
Among lay people, there is this misunderstanding between what hypertension is and what high blood pressure is. Is there any difference between high BP and then hypertension?
So hypertension is basically high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yes, but persistent elevated blood pressure is what we term as hypertension. So there's someone that could come to the hospital and the person is fine, everything is okay, and you check their vitals. The vitals include the blood pressure, the temperature, the pulse of the person, the oxygen saturation, and then we add on the weight and then the height, just so that we can calculate certain things. And the blood pressure is elevated. You notice that maybe this is a young adult male, maybe 35 years old, comes in with a headache, and you check the vitals and the blood pressure is maybe 145 over 98. Now, you're not going to say that the person is hypertensive until you're going to start this person on medications immediately. Because once you start on medication, the person will have to continue for a long period of time. So what we usually do is you look at the person as a whole. Okay, this is an isolated case, blood pressure, and we usually do a repeat of the blood pressure because some people tend to have what we call a white coat syndrome. And so when they get to the hospital, they have that anxiety, and that alone can elevate your blood pressure. And so we don't just say, hey, this person is hypertensive, start them on this, start them on that. You know, there's several things that go into diagnosing a person with hypertension. So we check the blood pressure, we do a repeat of the blood pressure, and then if we notice that it's possibly maybe the same or has reduced by maybe 10 or maybe 5, then we ask the person to do what we call a blood pressure profile over a period of time, just so we can have an idea of what their blood pressure is doing in their usual environment. So the person is going to check their blood pressure in the morning when they wake up, and then in the evening after all the day's stress before going to bed, consistently for about a week or 2. And we check the average, and based on that, we either start the person on medications or we give advice.
Great. In a moment, we'll be going for a commercial break, and after that, we'll look at treatment. But let's look at this stereotype out there that most often, if you have hypertension, which most people refer to as BP or high blood pressure.
It is BP.
Yes. And
to the layman.
Yes, to the layman. You can just relax, be calm about it, and then everything will be all right. Is that the case? Or is there any truth in that?
Well, there is some extent of truth. You know, once your body is in a certain constant state of anxiety, like I mentioned, the white coat syndrome, people get into certain environments and they are anxious, their blood pressure rises. So we look at the person's holistic picture, which is why we ask for the blood pressure profile. What is their blood pressure doing like maybe at work? What is their blood pressure doing like after a day's activity? What is their blood pressure doing like when they wake up in the morning? So these are certain things that we look out for. So it's not just about saying that, okay, you're diagnosed with hypertension, and so that's just it. It's not an isolated thing.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into diagnosing a person with hypertension.
Great. Let's go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll look at treatment for it and lifestyle choices that we can take as individuals to reduce our chances of getting hypertension. Welcome to Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about hypertension. I'm Elliot Nuete. I'm still here with Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kabu. So before we're about talking about medication and then treatment for hypertension, how is it treated? Is it something you start and stop when the condition goes down, or is for life?
So everything is patient specific.
Okay.
Yes. So when a patient reports to the clinic, depending on what they present with and what we pick up, then we treat. There is different classes of antihypertensives that are there and would be administered depending on what we are treating. We're looking at the race of the patient.
Okay.
We're looking at any underlying health conditions of the patient. We're also looking at the possible or potential side effects of the medications. And we're looking at the age of the patient. So these are some of the things, and how high the values are is what we'll be looking at before we can say that, okay, this medication is what you're going to take, as well as other things.
We'll be talking about how people living with hypertension should live.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, are there preventive measures to prevent someone from getting hypertension?
Yeah, so there are several ways in which a person can reduce their risk of getting hypertension. Lifestyle modifications tend to be one of the most important factors that helps reduce a person's risk of getting hypertension. So the lifestyle modifications, what we mean is your eating habits.
Okay.
What are some of the foods that you're eating? Is your diet high in salt? Is your diet fatty? Your exercise related factors. How active are you as an individual? Are you walking? Are you doing any form of movement at all? And also how sedentary you are. Sedentary means that you're always sitting at one place, you're not active, you're not moving. That can predispose you or put you at a higher risk of getting hypertension. Your alcohol use also, as well as smoking. These tend to put you at risk of hypertension.
Yeah, so you mentioned that one of the risk factors is that when you are inactive, it could lead to hypertension. So what do you have for workers who are seated most often? So corporate world, my work, for an instance, I have just 1 hour of break and I'm behind the desk for most part of the day. What do you have for us?
Well, I mean, lately we find ourselves doing more desktop related activities. Now that technology is advancing, we have people seated more than walking and moving about. But what I can say is, in as much as you have work to do, your health is important because you need to be able to be healthy to do that work that you need to do. So in between the working period, just take a walk. Stretch out. There are certain exercises you can do while seated behind your desk. Just stretch out, move your legs. All you need to do is to move as often as possible. So it's not about just being behind the desk and just always doing that, but just take a 5-minute break and just stretch your body and then just pace or just walk around. Yeah, so that is just the advice.
Thanks for the advice to us in the working space, but what do you have for the general public?
Well, generally, I would say that health should be prioritized. And it's important that you visit your healthcare provider as often and as routinely as possible. Don't wait until something is wrong before you go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Visit your doctor. Be friends with your doctor. And just have conversations with your doctor. What can I do? What can be done so that I don't fall ill? Get to know the vaccines that you can take. Get to know what can be done to prevent certain diseases. Get to know what your values or baseline values are. There are most people that are walking around, they don't even know what their genotype is. They don't know what their standing blood pressure is or their regular blood pressure is. They don't even know what their blood group is, simply because the hospital and them is like 1 in 10.
Yeah.
It's like hospital is here, they're here, but it shouldn't be the case. Visit your hospital, visit your doctor as often as possible. You know your body's best and you are the only one that'll be able to tell what is wrong. So once you pick up anything unusual, please visit your healthcare provider. We don't bite.
Doctors don't bite. That is Dr. Vanessa Mensah-Kabu. Elliot Nwete. The show has been held focused on GhanaWeb TV. We spoke about hypertension. Again, if you see any changes in your body, do not self-diagnose, do not self-medicate, visit a doctor. Let's meet same time next week.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No. I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
In this line of work, we get to travel and meet people from all walks of life. But the conversation we're about to have is not one of the ones you have heard or seen because of the area we are in. We are at Assin Kushea. It's in the central region of Ghana, and Kushea is actually regarded the cleanest city in Ghana. How that has become the case, well, we'll be honored to hear from the man himself, the traditional ruler of this area. Ehunabobrim Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sixth is the paramount chief of the Assin Orenchi traditional area. Nana, I hope I got the pronunciation of your traditional area right.
Very correct.
And thank you very much for welcoming us actually into your beautiful castle, if that's what we can call this place.
No, palace.
It's a palace.
Yes.
Well, but it's majestic.
Thank you.
Arguably the biggest in Ghana, is that it?
I don't know. I don't mark my own answers. And I know I'm a Ghanaian.
Okay.
We Ghanaians, we exaggerate.
Well,
we exaggerate, so I'll let it pass.
Well, Nana, and you've put in a lot of work into this palace, which is a conversation we would have more and more when we get into this. But let's start from Kushea. Kushea is not just known for its traditional acumen, but more about how clean a city it is. Would you want to share with us how you've been able to achieve this?
Thank you very much for your question. It has not been easy. First of all, we as Ghanaians, we had the tradition of throwing away leaves when we used to eat from leaves. I remember when I was a kid going to school, I would buy rice and stew, and the lady would use the leaf to clean on her lap. And then I put the food on the leaf. After you finish eating, the natural thing to do is to throw the leaves away. In those days, it didn't matter. The leaves would decompose. So we were not littering. But the habit of throwing had been ingrained in us. So when this creature called plastic came, put our food in the plastic, after eating, we throw away, because that is the habit that we had inculcated in us.
Throwing away.
Of throwing away. So my problem was to stop the throwing away.
Okay.
So I tackled the school children, went to classrooms and told them that it's unhygienic to do that. So they should all help so that we'll make Kushea the cleanest town in Ghana. I told them that in my reign, I will not be able to make Kushea as big as Cape Coast, but I'll be able to make Kushea cleaner than anywhere else in Ghana if they support. And they supported. I empowered them. When Kushea, if you throw away, especially if you're an adult, if you're not careful, a 10-year-old boy will tell you, Papa, mpacho haya ntua diengoha. He says, I'm sorry, Daddy, here you can't throw here. So please pick it up. I told them to say please, but they should make you pick it up. And it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. Every Wednesday we have a communal labor day. You don't go to farm, you don't go anywhere. We used it to clean the town and our houses, and we used to do our gardens. And so if you go to the town, you see normal houses, they've grown flowers. I love flowers, I encourage them. Yes. So Wednesday they use it to do all sorts of, sometimes they don't come, and you know, and so on and so forth. But then this is human behavior. So really it is empowering the youth and me making sure that they do what is right.
No, that's a good example. And actually driving through the town, we saw school children doing as you've mentioned, sweeping, weeding along the roadsides and things like that. Sanitation is always a big issue as a country that we faced. In bigger cities like Accra, it's been a thing we've struggled to deal with. Is it the time for other bigger places like that to be looking at Kushea as an example to be learning from?
Well, every new thing gives an opportunity for people who feel that's a good thing to copy or learn or adapt. I remember I went to a conference and one paramount chief, Nana Yeji Mahine, came to me and he said, "You are Nana Prajinsem." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "I've been looking for you for a long, long time because I heard that Kushea sanitation is on top, and I want to come and find out how you manage this and have a conversation with you." I said, "Yes." Just under a month he came. He spent about 3 days with me here. We were brothers. We went everywhere. When he went back, at that time I had dustbins, a lot. I sent 50 to him also to use. I was happy that somebody thinks that there's something good happening and he wants to copy. It's good. Me, I copy all the time. Secondly, somebody sent me a video, Nana Domahine.
Yes.
He had a 22nd anniversary or something, and he said he would not be good to end his anniversary without complimenting Hunabobrim Prajin Semdesis for his sanitation work. I had never met the gentleman. I had never spoken to him. And I thought, wow, this is interesting. About 3 months ago, Omahin of Suba in Central Region, he called me. He said, "Nana, I'm launching my sanitation program in my traditional area. Can you please come and chair it for me and talk to the youth for me?" I said, "Sure." So I went to Brown Hartford. There I met Domahine. On my way to Suma, Domahine was sweeping with ladies playing music behind him. He was sweeping and weeding from town to town. Apparently, he had also been invited to Suma. And I got down from the car and I joined him. And it was joyous. The people there couldn't believe. So finally, we ended up there, and the rest is history, so they say. So maybe we can learn from each other. First, we must learn to understand that there's nothing wrong in copying. In fact, Domahine's example to me demonstrated how confident the gentleman is. He's a very noble man. To have sat on TV and say that my celebration will not end until I compliment somebody as he has never met. And this is deep.
Now, Nana, those are examples that actually tell of maybe the need for people to, like you said, copy or follow, as it were. But Kushea is just on the lines of the River Pra, and we had the opportunity to actually go and see the extent of damage that has been caused to the river. You have been here as traditional leader for a few decades. What was the situation then and now, and how worrying a situation is it for you when you look at what the state of the river is today?
When I was installed as a chief here, I was taken to River Pra as part of the tradition, and I had a bath, let's say.
Okay.
And when I got there, I was quite reluctant to go and have a bath with all these things that they've mixed, in the bucket and so on, because I saw the fishes.
Clear water?
Clear. The water was clear. Clear. The definition of water, clear. And then something came called Galamsey from the north side, and damaged the water totally. You can't see, it's like Milo. You can't see anything. And I believe some of the chemicals that they use are also poisonous to the fishes in the river. And so I can only say this in public and say that Galamsey, it is not good, it is damaging the whole country. Our future is at stake, but I have no power to stop it. So I concentrate on areas that I have little power and make it better.
But there are also people who believe that beyond political leaders making attempts to stop Galamsey, for instance, that our traditional leaders also play a huge and a major role in there.
Yes, that is true. And everybody knows in Ghana, politicians, security, traditional leaders, there's some of them are involved. Those who are involved, some of them have stopped others. I used to be a member of National House of Chiefs. We used to talk about Galamsey and the need for the traditional leaders not only to stop, but to advise their subjects not to do that. But that is as far as I think that traditional leaders as a group can go, and individually you can also advise your subjects not to get involved in that. But apart from that, there's nothing I can do. I don't have the power. If I were made minister for Galamsey, then we will see something. Minister against Galamsey.
That would be a position you gladly accept if there was any such thing.
Well, it depends. If one can get over the constitutional restraint of chiefs getting involved. I wouldn't consider it a political appointment because the constitution makes an exception to someone with special knowledge that can be used. The president or the authorities can employ even though he's a chief. But I don't think I have a special knowledge in Galamsey.
Okay, before we move on to other subjects, just a last one on this. Just because your community is on the coastline of the River Pra, are your people still able to fish?
No. It's poisonous. It's poisonous.
That's work that's been taken away from.
Yeah, they are redundant. Well, they come back to the land, and the little that they can get from the land is what keeps them alive.
Okay. Now we would just return after a brief break, and then we would continue with a conversation. This is still People and Places. I'm speaking with the traditional leader in Assin Kushea. Nana Pra Ajinsem the set. We'll be right back.
everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Welcome back from that short break. My guest is Nana Pra Ajinsem the Sixth. He's the paramount chief of the Assin Kushea traditional area. Nana, now this is your palace. It's huge, perhaps the biggest in West Africa, not even Ghana. It's a long story about how you came to achieve this. Would you be kind enough to let us in on when this vision started and how far you've gone with it?
I remember one day I was talking to my wife about Kushea, and she said, "You should build a palace. Oh, you should build a palace before you go. You should build a palace." I said, "Okay, I will." Little did she know that all her chop money will go into the palace. I started building the palace 13 years ago. You see this tree that we're sitting under?
Yes.
I planted it the same day, so they have the same birthdays. The tree and the palace, 13 years ago.
This tree's been here for 13 years.
Yes, and so has this building, which I haven't. The palace is not completed yet. So I want to be intergenerational leader. When I leave this wretched world, I want to be remembered for a long, long, long time. And one of the things that I selected to do, mainly to give my people employment, is tourism.
Okay.
So I decided to put up this palace that will attract internal tourists in the main. I mean, this building, if you go outside Europe and this, they've seen it. This is nothing to write them about. But at least within Ghana, within my own people, if they hear that there's such a structure, they may want to see it, and therefore part of the tourism cocktail will be the palace, the fish ponds competition, the crocodile pond, the tomb of the unknown slave, and all part of the tourism offer that I'll be giving to the people, from students right down to executive directors and so on. So gradually, I'm not a wealthy person. Resourceful maybe, but not wealthy. So it's taken me a long time, but I've known palaces that took them 300 years to build. So I've done well with 13 years, and I haven't finished.
There are a lot of rooms, a lot of places like you mentioned, the slave tomb, as well as there's even a mini zoo right in here. But what would you say, or which of the places in this palace is your most favorite?
Oh, no doubt, my mortuary.
Your mortuary?
Yeah, I have a mortuary.
No, you have a mortuary?
Yes.
Right in here?
Yes.
A private one?
Yes, of course. It's not for public. That's why I have my own.
And it's your most favorite place.
Yes. It reminds me of my mortality. So it humbles me. So it's my favorite spot.
That's very interesting that you love the fact that there's such a place, because people don't think about death a lot.
No, but the death is not present. I'm not surprised. And I don't enjoy. I don't think about it, but I prepare towards it because, as I say, I'm an ordinary human being. I must know I will go. So perhaps to the youth and everybody, you will go one day. So if you want to do insurance for your case or your family, do it because you will go. If you want to prepare every funeral, there are fights and because we don't prepare ourselves for the inevitable. We are running away from the fact that we will die one day. And then Hunabobrim doesn't run. I face it, I prepare for it.
And now give us a mental journey around this palace. What and what? Apart from the few ones we've heard about, what would anyone see when they come into this palace?
First of all, they will see Ghanaian. What a normal, ordinary Ghanaian can do. That people will say that the biggest palace in Africa, West Africa, Ghanaians, we do exaggerate. That aside, they will know that we Ghanaians can do a lot if we apply our minds to it. I don't know if you've been around, but if you've been around, you've been to the banquet hall.
Yes, the one
you've been. Yes, you've been to Nyakwan Hall, where they're working. You saw the light. It's in the form of canoe. It was done here in Kushea. The chandeliers are done by a welder that I use. I called him and
the chandeliers we see up there were done right here?
Yeah. They were done, well, they were done in Accra, but they were done in Ghana. Yes, my son designed it for them, and he called my welder, and we sat down with the drawing for him, and we both said, you can do it. And he did it. So, potentially, Ghana has a lot to offer. A lot to offer. Just show them the way. Just provide the leadership. When I was young, there used to be a company called Elang. It was a furniture company. It's in Swiss.
Okay.
They came here. They trained the Ghanaians, master carpenters, became one of the best master carpenters in the world. They trained and they were able to perform. So one of the areas, and also the fact that this building, most of it have been built by locals in Kushea. The masons, the laborers, the painters in Kushea. I didn't bring any mason I brought a supervisor, but it's all the mason carpentry work.
Were done right here?
Right here by the boys around. By the boys around. At worst by Ghanaians. And I'm very proud of Ghanaians.
Nana, is there a name for this tree?
Oh, rain tree.
Rain.
Popularly known as rain tree.
Is it because of the shed?
I don't know, but it's. I knew it. I copied it from a friend of mine. He's deceased now, called George Hammond.
Okay.
And I went to his house in Cape Coast. I used to be a regular visitor. And I saw that. I said, wow, this is bigger than my umbrella.
And it's something you want to have.
Oh, so the first thing, I planted it the very day that I was doing the foundation.
Ooh. I see. As a traditional ruler and as a chief, you must be very busy. How are you able to juggle that with your everyday life and perhaps your private life?
Yes. You know, chieftaincy is a calling. When you are called, what you have, you give to your people. When you are not called and you become one, what they have, you will take. I don't, and it's not only chieftaincies, maybe it's leadership, I don't know, but my experience, the most painful part of chieftaincy to me is loss of privacy. You know, I like to enjoy myself, you know, with my friends, my family. Then, you know, we go to a place, we go to a board meeting, let's say Takrady. I have friends who will come on and let's go, there's a spot here, let's go and have fun. You enter the place, somebody say, oh, Nana, good evening. That's the end of the evening.
Takes away all the fun.
Yeah, it's gone.
But are you able to juggle it? You've been doing this for decades. Have you gotten used to it already?
No, you never get used to losing your privacy. Never. It's very funny. When I used to live in England, and when I read about the royal family pleading for their privacy to be preserved, and I just said, but what's the matter with you guys? You are people's people, and maybe they would like to know what you do. Then I realized that, oh, I see. It must be separate indeed. It's the worst for me. Maybe it is because of who I am.
Okay.
Maybe for other leaders, that doesn't come into their equation because they don't like the life that I like. So they like staying at home and being proper, you know, so nobody will find them anywhere that you're not supposed to be and say good evening, Nana.
And it messes up everything.
Yeah.
Nana, are you a king?
Yes.
But we've heard this argument over and over again. People refer to the Constitution, for instance, that does not state anywhere that there's any king in Ghana. You consider yourself as a king?
Yes. I do, because the Constitution of Ghana aside, the word itself is an English word. It is not a Ghanaian word. You can't alter it. The English man or woman who speaks the language defines who a king is. And he says that a king is a traditional leader from out of hereditary. Mm-hmm. He must be a male and of no superior. Believe it or not, I'm male. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm occupied this out of hereditary.
Okay.
And I have no superior over me. So by English definition, I am a king. But I don't care what title anybody gives me. But that's a straightforward question. And that's where perhaps I have a disagreement with my brother Domahine. He doesn't define it like I do. I use English word. The English said from hereditary, male, and of no superior. I sat here because I was a prince.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm a male. And I have no superior over me. Nobody, no human being, it's in terms of chieftaincy, superior over me. No human being. And that makes me a king. Now call me whatever you really like, I don't care. I mean, I'm more interested in developing and making sure my people are happy with me than the semantics.
So yours is really got nothing to how you are referred to.
No.
It's in the practice, what you do.
I happen to be a lawyer. I never allowed anybody to call me a lawyer. Never.
Okay.
And the calling is not what matters, it's the speaking. People will know whether you are or you are not. You understand?
Yes.
Right.
Onana, I couldn't avoid seeing a very beautiful thing here. It was a carriage in this palace.
Yes.
The type we would see in England. I mean, the last time I saw something close to that was during the funeral of the late Queen of England.
Yes.
Nothing close to that. But I saw one right here in this palace. Is that something you use?
No, actually, you're the first press men and ladies that have come here since I got the royal carriage. I've never used it.
Okay.
And I don't know when I'm going to use it. But I've always had challenge about being carried by another human being. It has been something that has bothered me for a long, long time. I ask myself really and truly, and I'm not saying this frivolously, I mean it, that another human being carrying me, I found it offensive. I am nobody to have that privilege of being carried by another human being. I know that it's a tradition, it's custom, but there are several practices that we have stopped. I mean, I have never seen it, but I heard that when the chief dies, they will kill people to go with the chief so that those people will serve the chief somewhere, wherever he's going. That I have heard used to be the custom and tradition. So we should do that today. So if somebody kills somebody close to you because somebody thinks he's so important that he has died, and when he goes, he needs people to serve him wherever he's going. Is that correct? The Constitution of Ghana, I think it's Article 272C, give the chiefs the opportunity to eliminate, that is the word used, to eliminate outmoded customs and traditions, and that is precisely what I'm doing.
So you're working around...
Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think that the time has come for me to look at that particular aspect of culture. To me, it's an abuse. For me. So it lasted a long time.
Okay.
And it did because I didn't find alternative. I saw the reason that they will carry their leader and so on. I could read the mentality. And I delved into history a little. You know, when the white people came and enslaved us, they will go from the coast right down up to go and buy slaves and bring them. They were in a hammock, and the blacks were carrying them with their helmets. I suspect that when they left, our people saw it and they liked it. I suspect.
Okay.
So maybe copying is okay. Good copying is even better. So maybe they saw it and adopted it. Or maybe in those days also there were no streets, no cars, no roads. So when they're traveling with their leader, they thought out of respect, they shouldn't let the leader walk
on it.
They will carry. I can understand those rationale.
But you don't think that it's still relevant today?
We have cars, we have roads, nice roads. If you want to show if I want to show, I'm being very careful here, going I, because it is me. I have decided to do what I'm doing. You see, and if I want to show the history of Ghana, how they carried one leader from one place to another, I'll bring them here. My palanquins are there. I will show them that this is the palanquin that they used to carry me. Then from there, we've changed. We've come to royal carriage. And besides, I saw the royal carriage in some other countries. For me, it was more comfortable, and it had dignity. Some royals use horses. Some animal lovers are objecting to it.
Wouldn't that be the case here?
No, I motorized it.
It's motorized?
Yes, so my henkwa will sit down, dressed traditionally, nitrate tying, and I was sitting with my queen mother. I put air conditioning inside. It's more comfortable.
This has been well thought through, and
yes, it
you've
has.
gotten exactly what it is that you want to replace this. Like you mentioned, after all this while you've been able to achieve this.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would hope that other traditional leaders also, much as you say you personalize it, but do you think that it's something others should also be considering?
It will come. It will come. Some people are quick and have enough confidence not to care about who started it first, and they see the rationale behind it. They like it. They will come. It will happen. That's how culture is dynamic. It's not. As I gave you an example of somebody leader dies and they kill. They say it changed it. There's a lot that we have changed, and what is this? And besides, in the olden days, whereby people out of love will carry their leaders, and that these days we pay for it, you know.
Yes.
Well, I pay for it. If they want to carry me, they bargain with my elders. Then they charge me and I pay. So what is the point? What is the point? It's not out of respect or deference or I don't know what to say. So I said, no, this thing is offensive to me. It is not right. Because I have male children. If you tell them that they should go and carry me, maybe I won't agree. So other people's male children, it doesn't matter. Of course it does matter.
And I'll take you back to when you spoke about the artisans who built this place.
Yes.
And we speak about unemployment a lot in this country. There's no work. But we have very skilled people. If going by what has been done in this palace is anything to even go by, then we should not be worried too much. Why does it seem like Ghana is not taking advantage, or we are not moving along the lines of industrialization as it should be, when we have all these skilled people around?
I think that really and truly, honestly, I'm the wrong person to answer this. I don't have power to I mean, the little things that I do here that will employ the youth within my limited resources I've done. But most countries are managed by governments, not traditional leaders, politicians. So I leave it that with them. I'm not a politician.
It's at the doorsteps of politicians.
Yes, I don't know how to do politics.
In all of the things you've done, have there been any particular figures or traditional rulers, anyone across board or sector that you have looked up to, who have influenced some of the things you've done?
Oh, all my life I've learned from the best. And whilst those that I have learned from, I have never even met them in my life.
Okay.
I hear that Yasantua was a brave lady, and if I get the opportunity and I get a book, I will read. And from there, I may learn a lot. There are people in the world, international, that I have admired, that I have read their biographies and I've learned a lot. And I have Ghanaians. This palace, the basic idea may be mine, but where it's ended up, it's not. Because I have friends who will come here and they say, if we did this, don't you think it would be better? Think about it, it's better, just demolish and do it. So I've learned from various people. Various. And the reason why I cannot mention, say in Ghana, I cannot mention people's name, not because I want to play funny. No. I'll mention just like that, especially those I've learned from, they have helped me. The reason why I can't do that is that most people whose help I've appreciated are people who helped me during my socialization process. When I was a kid, my mom, my father, my teachers, my head teacher, and people like that, they have impacted my life. When I grew up, I went to England when I was fairly young. So those who perhaps I can mention are those that I met. No, I didn't meet, those that I read about. But in Ghana, I've had plenty of help. The normal, nothing spectacular.
Now, Kushea is perhaps one of the towns I have seen as many statues as we have in Ghana. A lot of statues. Why do you have so many statues? And right in front of this palace, there are a number of, will I call them totems? Yes. Tell us the significance of all of these.
Statues. Have you seen my statues?
No,
Since
I haven't.
You've been here, I don't have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, because it is not relevant. The totems, as you see, it's part of the design for the palace to show what Africa can do and to tell the story of how deep our philosophers, our ancestors, when they give you a creature, when they tell you that they give you a proverb, that there's a creature who has one head and two heads and one stomach. And yet when you put meat there for them to eat, they fight over it. I don't know of any country that has produced philosophers that have reasoned that way. So that is why I'm demonstrating, I'm exhibiting the primitive intellectual capacity of my ancestors.
You have a crocodile pond just right outside your palace. Why are you keeping crocodiles?
Because when I came from England, I had never seen a crocodile before, and I wanted to see crocodiles. I think this may have come from conversation, and I was told that I had to go to Paga. And clearly that was nonsense. I've been to secondary school, first year biology. I have to go to Paga before I see crocodile. So I got excavators, I dug a hole, put water inside, and went and got some finger lengths of crocodiles, put them there, and that's where they are. Just to show, please, sometimes Ghanaians will make you a hero when you don't deserve it. This is nothing. Aquatic habitat, you didn't do that secondary form 1. Then why are you traveling all the way? I do not say you shouldn't go to Paga by all means. If I get the opportunity, I will go to Paga too. I'll go anywhere in Ghana for that matter. But we can create a lot in our space. That's what I'm trying to prove.
Now there's a grave that's you call the grave of the Is it unknown slaves?
The tomb of the unknown slave.
Tomb. What's the story around that?
I have a very good historian. His name is Okra, a brilliant historian. And I called him to research into the history of Orenchi.
Okay.
With the Kushea as the Ahinkro, the capital. And clearly, and he supported this by evidence, both Ghanaians and the English, the colonials. And it was that the slaves going to the south, being taken to the south. Remember, there were no roads, no highways, nothing. They walked through the bush. And he said Kushea was one of the places that they walked through because of the Pra. They will follow the banks of Pra,
okay,
which is going down to the coast. So a lot passed through here. And as soon as I said that, I said, wow. Then I can use also the slave story in Kushea. Because clearly, a lot did pass through here. And I said to myself, what can I do to use this also to enhance my tourism program? So I was thinking about it, and I remembered the tomb of the unknown soldier. If you go to European countries in the capital, you will see a statue of the tomb of the unknown soldier. When the general dies, they will give a statue of the general, his face, everything. He was born this, but the ordinary soldier, nobody did that for the ordinary soldier. They just represent them by a tomb of the unknown soldier who died to save this country. So I said, then I'll do the tomb of the unknown slave.
Which is a beautiful tomb.
Thank you. And to immortalize them and show respect and empathy. Try and put yourself in their space and see how they suffered for this country. I want the kids to see this. And they will ask questions and you will tell them, this gentleman very likely traveled about 300, 400 kilometers. Yeah. By the time he got here, was so weak, he died. I've given it a name, so that the youth will feel the ills of slavery. That is why any custom, tradition that has a slave connotations must be destroyed. Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. It is still there. And we ourselves, we use that when people get positions, they use that to suppress. They use that to enslave. We haven't emancipated ourselves from mental slavery yet. So we use it every day. If you see a headmistress, when she appears, even teachers run away. If you see managing director, he goes in the lift, nobody can go into the same lift. Hey, if you see some minister coming out of that, hey, let alone, with AK-47. Now, this may not be necessary.
The Kushea story is a beautiful one, without a doubt. And if anyone was coming here, what would you want to tell them? Or what kind of memories would you want them to live here with, beyond the obvious?
What is obvious to you may not be obvious to me. Apart from, we've passed the sanitation, now we are in the pretty state. I want Kushea to be the prettiest. Yes. The neatest and the prettiest. You saw the flowers, the yellow flowers, and,
Yes.
and I had these flowers there. When they were doing the road, they just destroyed them because they expanded the width of the road. And so I just want the person, I'll have a signboard, leave Kushea as you found it. I want the person to have a mentality that is going to replicate that in his own village, town, hamlet, whatever. That's what I want.
Ehunabubrim, Nana Pra, Ejensem, the set. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Lengthy conversation. I have learned a lot from. Yeah, I know I've stolen a number of things I want to replicate in my house one day. And now we are grateful for the opportunity. It's such a great honor. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
So that's been our guest, Nana Pra Ejensem, the Sith traditional paramount chief of the Orenchi traditional area. Thank you all for joining us on this episode of People and Places from Assin Kushea here in the Central Region. Until another time, be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Welcome to Campaign Trail here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu, and today we'll do a sit down with the MP for Kratchi West, Helen Adjoantoso, who is in her third term in Parliament, but she's hoping to seek the nod of her electorates to be retained in Parliament for a fourth time. We'll find out why she wants to stay longer in Parliament and what have been some of the instrumental things she's done over the period. Once again, welcome to Campaign Trail. Honorable, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you too for coming.
And how has Parliament been for you? I mentioned that you are seeking a fourth term in Parliament. How has Parliament been for you?
Thank you very much. Very challenging, interesting.
Okay.
And it gives you the opportunity also to learn and to have experience, you know, when it comes to dealing with illiterates, when it comes to the legislature, because you get to know the procedures in coming out with, you know, a bill to be passed into a law. You know, we recently you know, managed, you know, in a way to pass the affirmative action bill. So you get to know the procedure, and by so doing, you've got to also read and get to know more about what happens in Parliament. And then as you also continue, you know, you win your first term, the second term, you gain experience to do more and to be able to, you know, do what is expected of you in the constituency. So it's been an experience, you know, being in Parliament for the first term, second term, and third term. And we learn from our mistakes as well. Maybe you did it the first time, the second time you're learning from some mistakes that you did and you're correcting the mistakes. So that's what is helping me actually to continue to win. And to be honest with you, this is my 4th term and I'm going to win and come back to Parliament.
You mentioned challenging and you mentioned the fact that along the way you build your experience in Parliament and you get to know your way around things. But I just want us to backtrack a little. Let's get to know you even a little better. How and what launched you into politics, first of all?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. When I was younger,
okay,
you know, when we were in secondary school.
And which secondary school did you go to?
Kratchi Secondary School.
Oh, okay,
We're going to celebrate, Kratchi is going to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
Oh, wow.
On the 10th.
Okay.
So the issue is that during the revolution, I was in secondary school.
Okay.
79, I was a guest prefect for Kratchi Senior High School. And now it's a senior high school. It used to be Kratchi Secondary School.
Okay.
You know, youthful exuberance, and we were so much in love with Papa J, you know.
Okay, that's Rollins.
Jerry John Rollins.
Okay.
We're so much in love with him. So we're all shouting, you know, in support of him. So I got myself involved in the student task force. And we're involved in, you know, evacuation of cocoa and all the stuff. So after secondary school, I went to St. Francis Training College.
Okay.
And after St. Francis Training College, I was posted to Accra. That was my first posting to Accra. To Kaneshi was 7 and 8 middle school.
Okay.
So that was where I was teaching.
So that means your background is teaching?
My background is teaching.
Okay.
I'm a teacher by profession.
Okay.
So, so back in Kaneshi, West 7 and 8 middle school, there was this, you know, in 1983, we call it the hunger period.
Yes.
Where there was drought in Ghana and it was difficult to come by food and whatever. There was this, another task force, you know, a group that was in charge of, you know, monitoring the sales of bread, evacuation of flour, distributing among, you know, bakers, and we monitored the sales and all that. So I was part of it. So that I joined the People's Militia and in Accra. So along the line, I had my paramilitary training and I was sent to the border. That's Nkwanta South.
Okay.
It was Kratchi Nkwanta in those days because it was one constituency. But now we have 5 constituencies out of the Kratchi, out of Kete Kratchi. So I was a border patrol officer. I was adjutant in charge of the militias for almost 9 years.
Okay.
So yeah, I became interested in politics.
So it was building your interest.
It was building my interest, and actually, even though I do not come from Nkwanta, I come from Kratchi, but because my parents have lived there, I was sort of, I wasn't born there. I was born in Kratchi, Old Kratchi, but then because my father migrated from Kratchi to Nkwanta, he was a big-time farmer.
Okay.
So we had lived there for more than 10 years, and the constitution says that if you have lived in a place for 5 years or more, then you can contest. Yes. So I did contest in 1996. I contested as a parliamentary, candidate, with the late Honorable Bediame.
Okay.
Yes, that was 96. So I realized that women were not interested, in going into politics. So there were a few women, in parliament, even at the disassembly level. Now it has improved, but just a little, because out of 275 MPs, were only 40.
Yes.
So, and I am the sort of person where when men are doing certain things, I feel that as a woman
you should be able
or
to.
as a little girl during those days, I wanted also to do that sort of challenging, you know, to see whether I'll be able to do what boys were doing, I'll be able to do what men were doing. That's how I got so my interest in politics. So like I said, I contested in 1996. So that is it. My interest grew when I actually lost my job in 2000.
Which job? Your teaching job?
No, you know, after 92, I didn't want to go back to the classroom.
Okay.
I went on secondment.
Okay.
So after my parliamentary training, I didn't go back
to the classroom.
To the classroom after 92. So I was appointed the district coordinator in Admo. But
Okay.
when NDC lost in 2000,
then you lost your
you
job.
know, politics, you know, this kind of thing. So yeah. So I lost my job and I traveled outside the country. I was in the UK. And still monitoring what was happening, you know, being trained as a missionary. And then after my missionary training, I got enrolled in Lambert College and did my advanced diploma in childcare. So I'm a early childhood professional.
Okay. Still within the educational.
Still within educational.
Okay.
You know, leave the classroom, but then you develop interest. So I was trained as a early childhood development professional.
Okay.
So then I was monitoring what was happening in Ghana, and actually my coming into politics, becoming an MP, was God ordained.
Was it not already something that was going to happen from the history you've given us, all that you were doing? How did the God ordained part come in?
Yeah, so you see, I said I left the country.
Yes.
Trained as a missionary, and then I went to school. So I wanted to live in the UK to work, and maybe during holidays I come back home. So I wasn't actually coming, you know, after my training, not returning to Ghana to do politics. I wanted to concentrate on whatever I was doing in the UK. And then one night I had a call to come back to Ghana. The Lord spoke to me clearly that I should come back to Ghana. He wants God-fearing people in Parliament. 3 times. You know, so I spoke to a few prayer intercessors. I was a member of the prayer intercessors team. And they said, oh, no, why do you have to go back to Ghana? You know, with all this experience you have in the childcare sector. So I prayed again. The Lord said,
it was profound.
Profound.
You needed to come back.
The Lord said, I said you should go back.
Okay.
I'll bless you in Ghana more than if you go.
Which year was this?
This was 2008.
Okay.
So the Lord said, go back to
Ghana. You came back to Ghana.
So I came back to Ghana with the intention that the Lord said He wanted me in Parliament, so I should come.
So the only reason you came back to Ghana was because God wanted you to come here and enter active politics in Parliament.
Yes. He said He needed God-fearing people in the legislature in Ghana.
Your storyline is different from a lot of other stories we hear of people who, in fact, when you were talking about Chairman Rawlings and everything, I was imagining that was what launched you into politics. But then it deviates to your sojourning to UK and then this.
Yes.
Quite a different story.
So I was so much interested in politics because of the late
Rawlings.
Okay. You know, so I was so much happy about what he was doing. You know, a young soldier, you know, who was so much concerned about the welfare of the people of this country. So I fell in love with him. You know, here when you talk about love, people think otherwise because of his
ideals, you know, his ideologies,
his ideas, ideologies, yes, accountability. Probity and accountability. So some of us were interested.
Okay.
You know, but because I traveled and now I was also seeing the calling in me doing ministry work. That's why I was trained as a missionary. So I wanted to deviate, you know, from politics and to do missionary work and to do, you know, childcare work in the UK. To do both, you know, missionary work
plus
and the childcare, you know, work in the UK, because I was a very qualified, you know, person to be a nursery manager. So when the call came, then I realized that, you see, you are into politics. You live, you want to do evangelism. Now God says that, yes, go back and do what you wanted to do earlier on before you came to the UK. So then I realized that, yes, I can do politics and do God's work at the same time. I'm a reverend minister of the gospel.
Okay.
So then I realized that if it's God who is speaking, who am I? So if people say that if you're a Christian, you cannot do politics, that is very wrong. If I had not heard God, I wouldn't speak the way I'm speaking.
I see.
You can be a Christian because for what the Lord told me before I came down, I realized that He wants Christians, He wants God-fearing people. You know, there are Muslims who are, you know, they also fear God. So that is what God wants Ghanaian Parliament to be. Because He spoke to me and I came. And when I came and they said I was not going to win, He said, look, I said you should come, you win. So I depended on God. The second term, they said I was not going to win. I said, until God says stop, I'm not stopping.
So that means 2012, you entered Parliament.
Yes.
2016,
yes,
entered Parliament.
2020,
yes, entered Parliament. You've already given us the assurance that you are going to be retained.
Yes.
I want us to take a short break, but when we come back, you'd explain to me why you are so confident that you are winning a fourth term. This is still Campaign Trail here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be back shortly. My guest is the MP for Kratchi West, Helen Adjoantoso. Why and how confident are you about your fourth term? You say you're going to win. Where's the confidence coming from?
The confidence is coming from God.
Okay.
I'm inspired by the Holy Spirit. When the Holy Spirit speaks, I don't listen to man, because I hear the Holy Spirit when He speaks. So if God says go, He knows what He's going to do.
I want to ask you.
No matter the
I want to ask you just a very maybe interesting question. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
Every other person who wants to come into politics, maybe the other people who are contesting you, don't they also have? Don't they have such stories that you think are they not also moved by such superficial powers or supernatural powers? That's God will say, this is the time I want this other person in. You are sure that God says you are still going to go into Parliament, and every other person would not be able to unseat you?
You know what? There are people who also go into politics believing what they believe in. I believe in the mighty God who has created the heavens and the earth, and underneath the earth belongs to Him. So if God says that, go, and I'm going, not until He says that, maybe stop and do full-time work for me, nobody can beat me. Because when God says go and I'm going, you know that He's holding you by His mighty hands and nobody can snatch you from His hands. So because He has spoken, I know that nobody can beat me until I decide not to contest again. And you see, even though I'm in opposition, NDC is in opposition, I'm an opposition MP, what I have done in the constituency, people are surprised that this is an opposition MP, and look at what he's doing. What I'm doing, that this assembly is not even able to do what I'm doing.
Now that you're mentioning that, let's go to specifics. What are you doing? What have you done? What are the projects, your greatest achievements? Can you list some of them?
Yeah, you see, I was, from 2013 to 2016, don't forget I was the Eastern Regional Minister and Water Regional Minister. Yes. You know, I like setting record standards. You know, there was this conflicts in Akwiapem, in the Eastern region, 21-year-old conflict.
Yes.
Ministers have been there, they did their best, and when I went there, my attention was drawn to this fact that for so many years they were not able to celebrate Ujura Festival, and this is a very popular festival that Akwiapems will want to celebrate. When I went to the Eastern region, I took this as a project, and by the grace of God, I was able to bring the chiefs together, and they had to sign an agreement.
So that was through your intervention?
Through my intervention.
Okay.
Do you get me? So then there was peace.
That's the first major one.
That's the first major one.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. I'm a peace ambassador. When I was moved from Eastern region to Volta region, there was this popular paramount chief called Togbe Kwajode. He was the paramount chief of Peki traditional area.
Okay.
He died and he was in the morgue for 6 years because of chieftaincy dispute. When I was reshuffled from Eastern region to Volta, I took this one too as my project. And because of my intervention, we were able to bury Togbe Kwajode.
After 6 years in the morgue?
After 6 years in the morgue. So then I realized that actually when God calls you, he helps you to do things that, even men could not do. Then this Nkonya and Alavanyo conflict.
Yes.
I was very instrumental to actually calm down tempers in Nkonya and Alavanyo. I was the regional minister who was able to bring the chiefs of Alavanyo and Nkonya to Pando. I brought them there. We had a nice fashion and for them to sign. And I still have this white calico that, the youth, elders of Nkonya, elders of Alavanyo, they had to sign that, look, we want peace, we want peace, we want peace. And I was even going with the military to play games, with Nkonya youth, with Alavanyo youth coming together. So it was so interesting. So during my time, there was this sort of peace in Nkonya and Alavanyo. So
those are three major interventions you made in bringing...
So because of that,
yes.
I was adjudged the African Female Peace Champion in 2015 because of what I've done. So I hold the title as African Female Peace Champion. Ghana, I was also adjudged the Peace Ambassador for Ghana. And don't forget that I was the best regional minister in 2015.
Yes.
So this is a woman who, by the grace of God, I do things that people are taken aback. So apart from this, I was the first female regional minister in Volta. I am the first female MP in Krachi. I'm the only female MP in Oti region.
So these are some of the things that gives you the confidence that you are going to be retained.
Yes.
You didn't mention any physical.
So apart from these ones that I've mentioned,
any physical projects or things that you've done,
and getting awards.
Yes.
You realize that there are a lot of awards here, international awards and local awards. So apart from this, when you go to my constituency, for the last 6 months, I've drilled 51 boreholes.
The last 6 months?
6 months. If you go to my constituency, I'll take you to these communities and areas that I have drilled boreholes. The last 6 months, that's what I'm telling you. I've drilled 51 boreholes. Apart from that, because our common fund is nothing to talk about. It's not, you can, when you're talking about 5% of the Disassembly Common Fund as the MP's fund, our area, we have a lot of schools that were under trees, under shades when it's raining and children have got to run home. Now what I'm doing is that, and I'll show you pictures, and you will see that now, because people doubt whether you are the one doing or not. So what I do is that when the project is completed, I put Honorable Helena Adjuantoso, MP's project, Then I put the community, that the Crow, I put Amoy Kope, I put Tunga, I put Jasayo, I put you know.
So the communities that you do these things in.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm doing pavilions, very nice pavilions.
Okay.
If you see the pavilions, you won't believe it. I mean, colleagues in Parliament see that. Oh, can you give us the design or something like that for us to do same? Because if you want to put up completed 3 unit completed classroom block, you can't. How many can you be able to? But when you're doing these pavilions, you know, you are able to touch a lot of these communities, and they are so happy because children are able to study, you know, and teachers are also happy because, you know, they have a very conducive, you know, or atmosphere, you know, to be able to teach the children. So they are happy that I'm putting up this pavilions. And what I'm also doing is that because we have, you know, communities on the islands, we don't have teachers. You go to some of the communities and you realize that from class 1 to the JSS, they have only 2 teachers. I spoke to the Minister for Education recently, and he was saying that maybe they have not received, you know, these gaps and whatever. But I spoke to the education director, and he said they have done so. So I'm making a follow-up, class 1 to JSS, and then they have only 2 teachers. So what I'm doing is that just to encourage the teachers who are teaching on the islands and nurses who are on the islands working. Recently I went giving them, you know, solar lanterns where they can at least use it at night for it can also charge their phones, because there are some of the areas you've got to travel several nautical miles because there's a capital to come in, or municipal capital to come and charge your phones.
Because
so I'm giving these solar lanterns. Yeah, no electricity. Okay. No electricity in most of the places on the islands. So this is what I'm doing: distribution of solar lanterns to nurses and teachers who are on the islands. What I'm also doing is that the health centers, at least three rooms or 2 rooms where 2 nurses can be posted,
so they can stay.
So that they can stay. I'm also doing that. I recently commissioned one of these projects, and then I've started one, and within 2 months I will be able to, on the islands, within 2 months I will be able to finish.
Now your list is long, and I know we could go on and on and on, but I'm just wondering how other women, especially, now you mentioned the ratio of men to women in Parliament, and there's been that call for several years. Only recently Parliament has passed the Gender Equity Bill, the Affirmative Action Bill.
Yeah.
How is that going to contribute and help other women like yourself be able to get into Parliament and help bring the needed developments that are needed, especially in some of these remote communities that you're talking about?
You see, this country will lack in something. Sensitizing the public as to what should be done. The NCC, this is a well-established setup that can do education, that can sensitize the public as to what they should do, ABC. Look, this affirmative action bill, when you read Article 17 and 35 of the Constitution, it talks about gender imbalance. So why are we also not addressing it? So we felt, okay, with the coming of a law specifically addressing, you know, gender imbalance, that would be helpful. For instance, when the military are going to recruit, we're saying that they should at least, you know, recruit 30%.
So there should be a quota for...
There should be a quota for girls, you know, when it comes to recruitment. In Parliament, we are 275. It's only 40 who are women. Some have even lost their primaries. So come the ninth Parliament, we don't know the number of women who are coming
Because
back.
this came way after the bill, I mean, earlier before the bill was passed. Do you think it would have been more helpful if it came before most of the parties did their primaries?
Yeah, but you see, when it comes to political parties, you cannot actually compel them to. But when they put some of these policies in their manifestos, then with the coming of the affirmative action bill, there's going to be a committee, a national committee for affirmative action committee that will be monitoring. That will be monitoring, the public sector, the private sector, as to whether they're actually addressing gender equity issues.
All right.
So that will be helpful. So this is what we have, come up with. There will be a committee that will be monitoring. The various sectors will be reporting to this committee as to what they have done when it comes to gender equity. So that will be helpful to us. Other countries who are doing well when it comes to gender equity are countries who are also practicing the quota system. In Ghana, we are not practicing the quota system. So when we are done through with our elections and few women qualify or few women come out as victorious, there's no room for any appointment. So in future, that's what we also advocate for, because the global what will I say, tagging of gender equity is that by from 2024 to 2026, we should have the ratio should be 30% women representation.
Are we on track to that even for Ghana?
We are still at, even in Parliament, we are 14%. By 2028, it should be 35%. And by 2030, it should be 50%. We are no near. If you talk about International Parliamentary Union, when we hosted the union last year, Ghana hosted the union, International Parliamentary Union, Ghana hosted. When Ghana hosted, the global rating out of 193, we are 147 out of 193. So it means that we've got to do something.
That's a poor rating.
Very poor. And then we have, don't forget that we have also, Ghana has also signed on this international, like the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes.
We know that Goal 5 is on gender equity. We are signed on. And Ghana we have been missing the targets every time. Ghana, when they come out with the ratings, Ghana, we've been missing out. So with the coming in of this affirmative action law, the act, I think when we work seriously towards attaining or achieving these targets of 30%, we'll be able to do that.
All right. I don't want you to miss the opportunity of talking directly to your constituents and the larger women population who will be watching this. So I want to give you about a minute. Tell us what you are going to give them again. What's more to be expected from you? Yeah. So let's just have you speak to your constituents in Kratchi West.
Okay. What I want to tell them is that, you see, no one can go to my constituency to use money, because it happened in 2020 when last minute there were, my opponents were sharing, because the government is in power, sharing rice, sharing sewing machines, doing this and that. At the last minute, when they have not worked, they cannot boast of any projects. They're thinking of doing some this year, but I can assure you that my constituency, if they send money, they'll take the money. They'll take the money, because you see, the strategy, what I've seen is that you stress people, people are so hungry, and you think that you can use money to win them, to your side. But people have suffered so much to the extent that no money can entice anybody at this time, because people are really suffering. And my constituency, the poverty rate is also high. There are people who are working, as fisher folks on the island. They are not even getting premix to go doing their fishing activities. So if last minute you go and give them money, that's vote for me, I don't think they'll listen to you. There are farmers who need even fertilizer they are not getting. Calasi, they don't have the money to buy. So nobody, I'm telling my constituent, nobody. I have told them, I've gone around, I've done community engagements. That's why I am so sure of winning and winning big.
What's your percentage? What percentage would you give yourself in your win this year?
In my win, I'm not expecting less than 70%. Okay. I'm not expecting less than 70% because the people know what I've done. The youth are in love with me because my priority is that NDC wins for the youth to be able to be gainfully employed. Okay. Because there are youth in my constituency who have completed nursing training. They haven't received any postings. Some have completed teacher training colleges, and they have not gotten their postings. Now there's a teacher people ratio is so bad in my constituency. So if we come and we can post this graduates who have completed teacher training colleges and whatever, if we are able to post them, they will be happy. Nursing trainees, if we are able to post them for them also to get some jobs to do, they will also be happy. So they are looking up to me to win and NDC to win so that they can gainfully be employed. That's so the youth are mad. You know, they mad love with me because of my programs and my activities. So when I get to the constituency, if you happen to go with me, you see what I'm talking about. Okay. The girls, the boys, they follow me like something because they know that this is a woman. They tell me I'm the woman that we can trust. Okay. So I'm happy to tell you that and happy to announce that no matter what the devil does, no matter what my opponent, no matter what they do, I'll still win because the people have the confidence in me that this is a woman we can trust. This is a woman who has come, she has performed more than, we've had 3 men. Fortunately for me, we have 3 men before I came in. And the people are seeing the difference between what I'm doing and what the previous men have done. So no 2 ways about me winning 7th December.
Thank you very much. And that's a very, very confident MP for Kratchi West. Yeah. She knows there's no room to fail because she's confident about that. So that's been our guest. Thank you very much, Honorable. And we wish you all the best as we go into the electioneering period and even on December 7th. So thank you once again. Our guest has been MP for Kratchi West, Helen Adjoantoso. And as we go into the electioneering period, look out for more of these interactions on GhanaWeb TV. Also remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV, subscribe, and click on the notification button. My name is Eche Atiso. Until another time, be safe.
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in. Because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person's attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace before, during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in the discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We still preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, also news. So we hope and pray that with God on our side, we shall cross this stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we enjoy in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join hands with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, it's just go to your police station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war, and I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and any 3 days, you won't say US for 2 Amabano. I'm going to Amaba peacefully, Gidi BNC. It's you youth. No, Kotuaba, and Conco Yegidi and Conco for ballot paper, ballot box via Kotuaba, do 6 maybe I bet Yabekan, Wakujana Wakai. Say, Umufi say, you be your polling agents for Ombe intercepted, and your individual and Kwama politician be who are we or be any or best celebrate who or who know. It will be uncle peacefully.
About 1 year passing. Now, Ghana, Yatna should be Musa Abedu and Yam Pessi a best as we be. And never answer party for no, ya Pamucho. Say Obina Awinia, Omufamanu Boko. Say Nipanu Swan Winia, Momufayan Tokwa. Ntiga o asumbi a wo ade nyina nti ne me ne me kan se ye pa asumbi
abato ne de asumbi ne ye pe okọ na se NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ she box nu ma e nkwa na unyame ntem asem nti me de me magin chen se ba ya o de okọ na kogina polling box nu ma wa agin chen una anim ne okọ akoto amano nti ehun hia so be okọ kogina ho se okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka asumbi ne de ehwehwe tu de e ba the Ura boss no una nim nipa o kwa koto amano otuma no wi a o de hoja na ko ba bia o free buy tenkwane asumdue ene de yepe e wo my Ghana man nim
about one day aya jinche se ne be ya o koto aba ne se ne be ya dachi we abra bo be si yi sa ne ya tu nye se ntokwa se ma na bibia o se o du ani obi ade na ni tu form no hwe ba bia dachi e be bua no na sitremu ni ade tini we dem nyam smith me aka no nyento kwa nya fi wotu abawi aboko wa kofia kwa kwatipe obawi atena kusita ma ye be declare
abato de me mento aba me kwa no ko bia kwa nto do ga be ka bra o ma na timu no se ko fo Yesu Kristo kwa ba di o ma we so a ni pa be polutu na adwe ndi mo mbato de me de wotu ye no kwa se ofie no wada de be wini bia o wini because ma wini a over him bro but me aso wini over him bro tutu wi a na kwa de mbo bi ko tu ani ama ko nyasem ande betu aka che mo ano no
obi anu ni okoto ma no on ja se enti se me koto ma we a do be wi ni su ni do be wi ni na do do su ni do be do su enti se me do su anu kwa se man ha me se ma do su ma ko ko nzo kwa ana ma chere me ko fo se ma do su na o ma wi a mi ntino mo fa chiri na mo ko ya ni ma bia e kwata nti abato de uru so wa lu su wi ni wa wi ni ana abato te
Voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Ghana this year, Mesama Makwaba Edeba Asemsebe Kasia Boso, Ewa GhanaWeb TV, Insama Wodo Ayatro, Ewa GhanaWeb.com so, and Yaboni say tofa a Medeba Bedanmo, Mia Medeka Seboi Ebremu, Midiane Aya Mamiokiache. Na Misha Mensama said Yanamako Piemu, Ewa Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe Nakache, or no, Eye Abediatre Anampono Chita for Edema Dr. Mahamudu Baumia. No, and all this in Febi Atuja A Ochemu say. Endi samanyo kwe afi abato ye kwakotu ise enya adwa ye to abani wi a ombetumi aboaboa omo chese result na no da chese ose they can never do that and then so che ma se ba no se ebia ya to abato awie ana ya to abawie na onipa da sane be boaboa na result no endi samanyo ko no enim yo 2016 ekoko ebanisa 2020 sa no mo ye enu ntina po kire ma enkonko ye no wanwa sa afie we sumpa abato no ebetumi akosa me to amensam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo NDC amanyoko no omo mrahye bedwafo a omo mrahye bedwam omo atro krata tententin e de akwakoma e speaker of parliament Aban Baben a o chemu se onhye na enimani ye krata MPP amanyoko no e de bre no mo onhye na chese onji ntumu kra ene ne se MPP amanyoko no aka kire e Alban se omo no omodi ana enimani ya on frese ne be ya mrahye bedwafo ebetumi aba eye asetena na chese omotumi ebobo enyema hodo a omo ndi nkita ho emfanfa ho eno na NDC amanyoko ne chem se speaker omo bowa enti obia o enya de kwakosi aga esanso chirema ana eye mahye bedwafo echirema se u hye eye constitution eye article 1123 and na say standing order 531 of parliament no ensure obia se by force ena afempo no emergency bia ni ho no mani nteni mani ya e wo so mutimi ba mahye bedwam ebedi nkita ho e wo ho no me to amensam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo atrotrofio bi a omo eye Ghana hanom na omo so ye chema ya to mudi say University Lecturers Coalition na omo eno omo kire mu say nya de a omo de omo behwe anampo semampeni dada John Dramani Mahama ye sa to ne so aba e ma ne bepie mu anobe e mampeni ewo Ghana hanom obehwe e ma free SHS etumi akonanim na atrotrofo ye kire ma ane Mahama ye nim na bakosem waba be mampeni ewo Ghana hanom empo no ansa ne beto ne so aba no ene campaigns ahodo ane ekufuado ekasen an ene free SHS ma imagination se den free SHS obeye ewo Ghana hanom enya de achese betumi akoso but kufuado e bae no otumi ehye ema bibia etumi akoso ye guswa ekase kra no yade andi samanyoko ne mama eguswa ekasa editia free SHS no eni chachochofo echirema si yehye ema mama ebaso a enya de obetumi aboa ema free SHS etumi akoso ewo Ghana hanom na ewo nsemfoforo mo nso no eyade a ekuo a ye frɛ no se Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice etwanitiawa se Shraj echirema ewo se enimani mia ye nhwehwemu kase pa efa eye National Cathedral dwumedie no na afei wona omote so no mekire eye Board of Trustees na omanfo enim se mrahye bedwani edem omanfo mo Northton Samuel Okujeto ablakwa na sentemu ena ode koto ana ode petition ekokoma ashrajefo so omonhye na cheso monye nhwehwemu efafa National Cathedral no esanse ne mabi akoso ewo honum sikadie ene ne nkeka ono tumu se bibia emu dori yie pa ene international strategy for share na ne maybe one mo nkasa e fanfan wa na mo ntenete no eno e na ba beto dwa se strategy for etre ma ono so no anom strategy for enso e de ato e National Cathedral for enimu na anche to mo di djuma e de afon so enimu nim ya omo hwe na che forensic audit ne de omo nya bi pan ye e fanfan ho. Me sorry men some so there na me kwa kopie mo nso ewo eye Ghana Police Service akache e honom e na ba beto dwa se omotumi akwakoche Ghana fo bi bako eye aduonu nsia me 26 na omafo enim sa na say trend bi e koso yie pan ewo Ghana hanom eni abehu na toy guns to aye didi agro nkwala je bi ni afa eni che se didi agro na metu 25 ne kosi sen eni e bae no asusha Ghana fo kasa de fa ho yie pan eno e na ba beto dwa se ye kase eni wono mo for mu no Ghana Police Service for HMA and men omotumi achi eye emu baako na se na mekan no 26 a omode omadu sem ekwa kwato dwa edi nchechemu akoni enti a omoye eye saa ade no na chese ha no ma na mede eye kaseboi ede bebe wie ye mi amede ebebe sommo eye mo somfo mame akua achi.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Right before I made the post about Sarkodie, Hajara was sitting next to me and I was like, Hajara, look at this. Like, who saw to Sarkodie before he came out to shoot this video? Like, why is this a problem? And I was like, I'm going to post it. Ghana needs to know. People need to wake up. People need to be aware. And I was like, ish, but this thing I'm going to post right now, Sarkodie, he be King Kong. They go, worry me.
Another exciting edition of Talk Entertainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host Elsie Lamar, or you can call me Miss Lamar. Today we are being joined by one of Ghana's finest and talented actors and fashion designers. I'm not too sure he likes to be called a fashion designer because he likes calling himself the tailor. Yes.
The tailor, yes.
Your guess is right. Elikem Kumoji or Elikem the tailor is our guest for today, and we are live here at his shop. Elikem.
Hello.
Other African tailors will disappoint you.
Except Elikem Kumoji the tailor.
Exactly. What was that tagline born out from, though?
So, I'll tell you a quick story. When I started this whole fashion thing, I used to take my clothes to other small tailors to finish, to give to my customers. I didn't have a shop. And one of the guys, Steven, he said to me, "Charlie, stand the door there, make sure say some Ash Honda be the camera now." So when I say some Ash Honda, they come, you go run past the back.
Yeah, right.
And the client or customer will come and be so upset. And so I started realizing that was a problem with us Ghanaian and African tailors. The issue with disappointments, the issue with not finishing the clothes on time. Who do we tailor sell in 1 week and it's over a month? And so I said to myself, if I'm ever going to do this business, I'm going to fix the problem of disappointments and people not having their clothes on time. And so that's my tagline. There's a few disappointments here and there every now and then, but ultimately we try to keep ourselves from disappointing the customer, which was it still is a major problem in the tailoring business today.
But why do those things happen though? What are some of the factors?
Sometimes it's not their fault too. This work is very tiring. If you look at Patrick's fingers, for example, Patrick is our chief cutter. He's got black spots and marks around his arm, and yes, it's very daunting. They call it occupational hazard sometimes. And so it's a very daunting task to become a tailor. You stay up late at night, you're standing all day, your back hurts, balancing between sitting down and standing. And some tailors will take the work and overload themselves and they can't finish. So which is why my outfit grew into an enormous size, because I couldn't do the work alone. So everyone you see here is important to the business because they help us not disappoint a customer. So we have the stages of customer service to cutting, to stitching, to finishing and checking, all the operational activity. Everyone has a department they take care of, all in hopes of not disappointing the customer. Because that's what other African tailors do.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Always.
Yeah. So how many clothes or outfits do you make in a day? I know that it might be hard.
So we're an average of about 18 or 20 subcontractors who sew, and each person is meant to finish a minimum of 2 a day. So in the most likely case, we're looking at finishing about 36 individual pieces a day. And so if we were trying to move with speed and do a little overtime, we can say it's 3 items per person. So we can finish about 52 to 54 items a day if we go with speed, but on average it's about 36.
Okay. So what makes Elikem distinct from every other Ghanaian tailor?
Like we blatantly say, other African tailors will disappoint you, but we don't. So we make sure that we finish your clothes for you on time. That's number one. Number two, we bring you value by giving you the quality of service. So once you walk through our door, we have a trained customer service personnel to see to you and take your details, get you to sit down. We offer you water, we offer you a cold drink, and then we call in the other team. So the second team is a team of operational managers and our chief cutter who takes measurements. So then Patrick follows up with Derek, and they come and take your details and take a measurement. You can also book an appointment to see me. And then we discuss personally. I'm the creative director. So if you're not coming to order a design that's already existing, you saw online, and you want us to design something for you, you can either see me or my assistant creative director. And so bringing top-notch value in terms of the quality of service and trying not to disappoint. That's the hallmark we live by. And we charge you a little more for the quality of service because the processes we go through that bring out the clothes for it to be as pleasant for you as possible is quite rigorous. And so our charges are not like your regular container or your regular kiosk tailors. We're up a notch a bit. So I like to call myself affordable luxury. I'm also not as expensive as some of your high top designers in the country who charge in dollars, if I may say.
Talking about rates, what's the most expensive amount you've ever charged for an outfit?
I must have charged up to $5,000 for a pageant dress. It was a lady who was doing something in Liberia. It was for, if I'm not mistaken, a Miss Liberia. And it was flamboyant. It was all over the place. It was putting extra feathers, putting extra stones. Some couture dresses take like an arm and a leg to finish. And a lot has to be put into it. So.
Oh, okay. So there's this trend on social media lately. People order for outfits from their fashion
what you
designers.
get versus what you
exactly what
ordered.
you ordered. So I want to seek an expert advice on it. What usually goes into that? Why do people get
what
different?
Happens?
Yes.
So in the defense of the tailor, some clients don't bring to us clothes that will suit their body type. We all have a certain type of body. My body is different from his body. It's different from your body. It's different from her body. And certain clothes you wear that will suit you might not necessarily fit Hajara.
Yeah.
And certain clothes that she wears might not necessarily fit you. And so they see something online and I want some. But
It won't look good.
the person has smaller hips so it looks
Yeah.
good, and you have a nice big round bum so it won't look good on him. And that's one of the factors. The other thing too is a lot of tailors or fashion designers don't take the time to learn the craft properly, and they also take the wrong job. So I know I can't sew corsets, but because I'm broke and I need the money and I'm desperate, I will take corset job from you. Now I'm going to struggle to finish the corset, or I don't sew suits, and I'll take the suit job from you as a tailor, and I'm going to struggle to finish the suit. So by the time the suit comes out, Bobo, Agbo, because it's not his field, it's not his expertise, it's not his niche of things to do. And so these are some of the reasons. The tailor is meant is to be blamed partly, and the clients as well in different cases.
Has it also got to do with the type of fabric and the kind of fashion designer that sews it?
That too, which is why I'm saying some tailors or fashion designers don't know the specific job or how to finish the specific attire, but they take the job. So fabric also plays a very big role, like you're saying. And so that what an elastic fabric will do to your body is not what a brocade fabric will do to your body. And so we need to also learn these things. And it's mostly all in the learning. It's always in the learning, you know.
Yeah, so earlier in somewhere around 2022, you made mention about the fact that moving away from fashion, your colleagues
Can I get scissors, please?
in the acting field, it's important that they also get other jobs running so as to cushion themselves in a way. Would you say that, because now let me put my
This is your
foot
line
down.
of questioning here.
It's very evident that a lot of them are venturing into other jobs.
Nowadays.
Would you say you are vindicated?
Yes, I have been vindicated in a way, and you can say I'm a sort of prophet. I brought light to them. All my colleagues, now everyone is venturing into a business. But I came out to say, in the entertainment industry, you need to have a day job. You need to have something that supports you. Whether you're in New York, or you're in Ghana, or you're in Hollywood, that doesn't matter. Find a day job. And now a lot of them are selling shito, some of them are selling sobolo, some of them are selling juice and pastry. And it's pleasant to see, because then you're not held at the throat by these directors and producers and so-called music labels, and you're not hungry while you wait for your next hit. And sometimes too, there's a lot of laziness in the entertainment industry. Some musicians, for example, or some actors, for example, will go and, after waiting for a miracle from a producer or director, make a one-hit wonder, quote unquote.
That's it.
Go into the studio, record once, and they go sit home and expect that one hit will take them through a lifetime of events. Hell no. You need to constantly be at your job. So even as an entertainer, when you find a day job, you need to find the balance, because you have to be present in both jobs to make it work. And yeah, I said it. And you know, it's good to see all of them, you know, coming up and doing something for themselves.
Yeah. But let's move into acting. What is really happening? Because earlier a colleague of yours came out to say or admit that indeed the movie industry is, let me use the word, dead.
Who's this? Who said that?
Beverly.
Who said that?
Beverly.
Beverly Afaglo.
Yes. What's really happening?
So I think there's a lot of mediocrity in the industry. I've said this over and over again. I say this from a point of the fact that I've been outside the country in different settings. I've been in top productions in South Africa and big productions even in Nigeria. And Ghana is not taking things seriously. I say this because there's supposed to be a certain level of professionalism and a certain level of urgency or seriousness that we're supposed to put to the work that we're not putting to the work. This whole Kofi Ajololo thing could have easily been avoided if contracts were signed. I'm not digging out old wounds, or I'm not waking up sleeping dogs. You know, they say let sleeping dogs lie. Right. But if we even put that level of seriousness to the craft, to signing a simple contract, then we don't have to go back and argue with the producers. We just take them on. And so, unless we are ready to stop being mediocre, we're not going to evolve and grow. It's just unfortunate. And so, the Ghana movie industry is in that kind of shamble. Elegant, shall I get some script too? I send you, then see if you like them. Oh yeah, I like them. How much you go charge? Oh, you give me 5K. Oh, I go give you 3K. Charlie, money, they okay, I hear. Then you show up on set. You don't ask who's your co-actors. You don't ask how long you're going to be on set. You don't ask what contracts you're supposed to sign. I recently did a certain car show for this company. It's a car show that's shown on TV. And their contract, they gave me only 500 Ghana cedis for transportation. It's a show that has sponsors. But they give the artist or whoever shows up 500 Ghana cedis for transport. That's what they gave. They were offering me. I don't know about other people. There are other celebrities on the show. And for that 500 Ghana cedis, you're signing away every possible right of yours you have, even to come back and sue them, or even to come back and say, hey, I'm seeing my images being used on billboards and TV stations and other TV stations aside what you mentioned. So give me something for there's a clause that stops you from ever coming back to them, and you're signing off all rights of using your voice and your image and so on and so forth for them to use on whatever platform they deem fit. No future royalties possible, because say for example something happens and that show blows 10 years later, and this is now that it's getting its views. You'd have signed away your image for life, and your image is your brand. You know what I mean? And so I only learned recently not to play with the brand. The contracts came back to me 4 times after editing it, and I said, I'm still not satisfied with it. Because I believe there's too much mediocre in the system. And so it's stuff like that. People don't take the job seriously because they think, oh, it's Ghana, so it go be, or make we manage. And then when trouble comes, they come on TV and rant.
I know the conversation is getting really interesting here, but let's take a breather. We'll be right back.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty Berry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
And we are back. If you just joined us, we are still watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm still chit-chatting with your favorite designer, Taylor Elikem.
Yes, ma'am.
So, before we went on break, we're discussing the movie industry.
Right.
Why do most Ghanaian actors these days, I don't want to use most, but a lot of them are actually running to Nigeria to work there? What is happening? What is happening there?
I think it's just diversification. There's nothing wrong with wanting to work overseas. It's actually good for open-mindedness, you know, exchange of cultures and experience and professionalism. You get to see what they're doing outside, and so on and so forth. They always come back. Van Vika was away for the longest time, he came back. Omar Sharif Kaptan was away for a long time in Nigeria, he came back. Chris Atto did Tinsel and so on, he came back. So it's just, to be like an international brand, you need to work internationally. You know Chris Hemsworth and Liam Hemsworth?
Yeah.
They're Australian originally, but they crossed over to Hollywood to do movies and come back to Australia to do movies. Jason Statham, he's British, but he does a lot of American movies. He's in the Fast and Furious series and so on. So there's nothing wrong with traveling out to do a job or two and living there for a little bit and coming back. Because the ultimate is to reach for the top of the chain of whatever industry you're in. And so, as it stands, Nollywood is better than Gollywood by the far stretch. And so if you start from Gollywood, it's nice to elevate to Nollywood. And if you like, you want to pass through Bollywood and go to Hollywood, it's your problem. But sky should be the limit. Hollywood should be the limit. And it should be a ladder to climb up.
Has it got anything to do with the fact that they pay more than Ghanaian directors?
Well, that too. But there's certain Ghanaian productions you go on that will pay you well. Like recently I was on To Have and To Hold with the great Ivan Kashiga, and it was a production for Okra Magic, and the pay was good. Very good. Maybe the highest I've been paid in Ghana so far. However, do you want to compare it to Nigeria? Because also you're a foreigner sometimes in Nigeria, they want to treat you well. And so you can't necessarily measure, in terms of, if I was in Nigeria, they'll put me in a nice 5-star luxury hotel, they give me what I want, I have a chaperone, he picks me up. But if I'm in Ghana, I go from home to location and back without any extra special treatment. So it varies. Yeah.
To wrap up the conversation on movie, what do you
there's
see?
more after movie.
Yes, there's more
my
after
sister.
movie. So, from your perspective as an actor, do you see any hope for our movie industry?
Hope for a movie? Oh yeah. Look, I think there's a right time and place for everything, right? And sometimes we want to blame the leaders, but the common members on the ground are not helping. Why are we not signing contracts? Why are we not taking ourselves seriously? Why are we not fully reading our script and understanding the story to bring out the best performance? The president is not going to come and do that for you. Why are we not telling real, authentic stories that will strike a difference? Let's look at the BBCs. Let's look at the Al Jazeeras. They're buying real, authentic African stories. So if you want to make a mark, you want to make some money, look at what's selling and learn in that field and project. If you also want to be creative and you want to be different, go for it. But let's not just be mediocre. And so the onus is on us to make it work. Nobody's going to come and make it work for us. Not even the president.
Whilst we're on break, I noticed that Elikem was speaking a lot of Ewe with his workers. And I want to know why. What is it about Ewes and with the whole thing about fashion designing and Ewes and your interest in that? Was there anything special?
No, so people ask me a lot that I only work with Ewes, but it's not true. For some funny reason, it's a coincidence that I get more Ewe people coming, maybe because I'm Ewe. They feel like they can relate. However, I've noticed that the most loyal tailors or people who work with me are Ewes. A lot of the Ashantis and Ghans and the foreigners, even outside Ghana, come and they go. And a lot of Ewes have come and a lot of Ewes have gone. But I find out that there's a certain kind of decency and seriousness and hard-working ethic that comes to the Ewes. And then you realize that there's also other people from other tribes that come with the same seriousness. So it's partly coincidental and partly I know my Ewe people. We're hardworking like that. I recently noticed this more after going to my hometown a lot. I'm in Keta a lot lately, and you see the average Keta person, whether it's by the roadside or in the corner of their homes, trying to do something to make something work. And the honesty is always key. They're always honest about everything. You can't walk out there and be scared of anything. Most amazing place ever.
Yeah. You heard him. It was a very
it was on point.
So yeah, coming back to the conversation on fashion designing. How are things with you and Abrantie?
Abrantie and I was never a real fight. I think Abrantie, I'll say it. I highly suspect that it's probably fueled by his wife, Chantel. I say this because me and him don't have a problem. However, when I made a post about being the first to bring my son out on stage, she came out to attack me in my DM, even before Abrantie said anything. Yeah. I have the message, shall I show you?
Yes.
Was it in my DM or was it in the comment section? But she came out to attack first.
Wow.
Who said you are the first? And we did this in London, and I was like, okay, cool down. Like, this is not a fight. If you did it first, I didn't see that. And you did it outside the shores in the UK. I said in Ghana. And aside that, my son fell on the stage, which was part of the routine of the models falling on stage. It was random or spontaneous. And I brought a whole Bobobo group from the Volta regime to play on stage. That was also the first. And he claimed he played drums on stage before. My theme was based around the original music by the Bobobo drummers and not the music from the speakers. So it's different concepts. So there was no fight there. However, me and him we're cool. We speak all the time. We're chatting on Instagram. I'm congratulating him. I'm liking his pictures. Look, I'm pro Ghana. And me and Abrantie have said it many times that we need to collaborate. We need to do a collection together, like how musicians collaborate. Sarkodie featuring Black Sherry, Elikem featuring Abrantie the Gentleman, Abrantie featuring Elikem. We put a collection together. We go face to face. We do our own runway show. Abrantie is walking on the left, Elikem is walking on the right. Healthy competition. And that can create noise or a buzz and put Ghana out there. Why is Ghana trending? Some 2 fashion designers are killing fashion today. You know, stuff like that. So I don't think it's beef. If I've said something and you genuinely feel you are the first and I'm not the first, take it. It's not a fight. However, you can't come at me like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Would you say that, would you call yourself a non-conformist?
Or a
controversial?
Okay,
let me just use the word controversial. Would you call yourself a controversial person?
I know every time a celebrity says something online that trends, they are aware that it may most likely trend or not. We are always aware that this thing you're about to say can most likely cause a problem. But we say it anyway because we're entitled to our opinion. We're entitled to our page. As long as I'm not cursing at you, I'm not dissing your mom or your family, and I'm not being provocative, I can speak my opinion. And so, right before I made a Sarkodie post, I was sitting beside Hajara.
Oh, I was just about coming there.
Hajara, look at this. Like, who saw to Sarkodie before he came out to shoot this video? Like, why is this a problem? And I was like, I'm going to post it. Ghana needs to know. People need to wake up. People need to be aware. And I was like, but this thing I'm going to post right now, Sarkodie, he be King Kong. They go, worry me. And I posted it anyway.
So you knew.
We always know.
Yeah.
We always know. Shatabale is going to say something provocative on air. He knows it will most likely trend. If your Odo knows she'll trend if she wears those kind of clothes and makes a video. We always know. However, sometimes you're not aware it might create such a negative connotation and it might come off wrong, and so you can apologize because to err is human. And so I might be making a post about Sarkodie, but if I made it and it was somewhat derogatory and I wasn't aware of it, then I must have overstepped my boundaries. However, we always know that this is maybe most likely controversial or not.
But have you?
Yeah, I am just a little bit controversial, I must say.
Okay.
Not that I'm proud of it, but I speak my mind sometimes.
Yeah. Have you met Sarkodie after?
No. Never seen him before. Never seen him after.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're not friends.
Never ever before.
No. I don't know him. I make clothes for his DJ Mensa.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're born on the same day actually. But never met Sarkodie before. I'm a fan of his music and his talent and his ability to mix and match up words. I love his music. We never met him before. Yeah.
People were upset that you are criticizing their idol.
Hey,
Well,
their boss
Elikem doesn't idolize people like that.
Their boss, they boss attach their boss, but they think to be true. I talk. It's a big deal.
Recently on Twitter, there's this gentleman who lives abroad. He's called Firestick. I don't know whether you saw that.
What's his name?
Firestick.
No.
Okay, he sells sneakers and stuff, and he likes, like, if you wear something and he thinks it's fugazi, you talk about it. So he likes calling a lot of celebrities out to talk about their outfit.
Oh, okay.
So he and Strongman and Co were fighting on Twitter. I think.
Oh yeah, I saw
ago.
something. They said Strongman wears fake clothes or something like that.
Yes,
Right.
Yes.
Charlie, they all wear fake.
That is what I wanted to ask you.
All of them wear fake. Masa.
Do you think celebrities don't invest so much in their looks?
You cannot afford the original, but because you want to look good, you have to make shifts. And so your sunglasses are not original, but you wear the first grade or the second grade or the one that looks original just for the sake of showing up for the music video and so on and so forth. So a lot of things are props. The sunglasses could be props, the clothes could be props, the cars. A lot of them don't drive the cars they portray in the music videos. A lot of them don't own the big boats, the Lamborghinis, the cash they use. Some of the cash is even photocopy. This is film we're talking about. You can cheat. They don't own all those cars. They don't own all those mansions, but they're props. They make the video look good. And so, how much money is a Ghanaian artist making on average to be able to afford a $900 pair of sunglasses? How much money are they making to be able to afford an $800 pair of $800 watch? Strongman has a family, and so instead of him going to spend $1,000 on a wristwatch or sunglasses, he will pay his children's school fees and pay rent and accommodation. It makes more sense. However, because you need to wear a white pair of shoes, go and buy the fake one at Accra to do for 400 cedis and shoot your music video. It doesn't change anything. And what I discovered was, when my ex-wife started going to China to make her shoes, and she used to go to Turkey, then she'd go to China, you'd realize that some of these shoes that you're making by the manufacturers that cost $10 or $20 compared to the $1,000 Louboutin, that you will even find out that the $10, $20 shoe is of a better quality than the Christian Louboutin shoe. So now they're selling brands and names and so on and so forth. So it's always highly overpriced. And so if I can buy the copy for 10% of the actual price and it will give me the same look and feel I'm getting in the music video, I'd rather take care of my family with that money than spend it on clothes. So Strongman is doing nothing wrong. It could be a little bit of pressure from the industry. Where else will he find white Air Force sneakers to buy? Instead of buying it for $200 online, he will buy it for $20 at Studio and use the rest of the money for his family. Simple as that. It's no big deal. That guy said way the talk say they buy original. What's the guy's name again?
Fasting.
How much original does he buy? If he's spending all his money on designers, on original, he's a big fool. I'm saying this on authority today. You can't be a young, struggling entrepreneur or young, struggling young man trying to set up life and spend all your money on foreigns and spend all your money on designer. You die before your time. Doesn't make sense. So I don't know what he's on about if that's what he does, but it's not the right thing to do.
Okay. Speaking of ex-wife, recently you were in Zim. How is co-parenting going?
It's all right. Okra is flexing small, but it's all good. We communicate about the boy. I'm trying to get him into piano lessons, but for some reason, I'm not getting through to her too much to get the boy lessons. However, our communication is smooth. I was supposed to be sending some money every month, but I think, not to think that they're okay without me sending it, but I think that they're in a better space now, and I can also slightly focus here and rather channel the energy into visiting the boy a lot. So I want to see him about maybe twice a year, if not at least once a year, or travel him down with whoever can come with him and set up things for him. And I want to contribute, with trying to get him piano lessons, pay for a tutor, but all in all, she's doing an amazing job, with the boy, and I always applaud her for it, because if she wasn't taking care of him the way she is, it will put a lot more pressure on me. So I really, really do appreciate Pokelo, for looking out for me and the boy the way she is.
Is
Yeah, she
there
did try.
a chance that you'd come back to Ghana and come and spend a little holidays with you or something?
Yeah, that's the plan. The last time we were talking about it, he said, how many planes do you need to take to Ghana? I said 1 or 2, depends on which route you're taking. And he's already asking questions. He was here when he was very young, so I'm not sure he remembers anything. But that's the plan. Right now he's young, he can't travel unaccompanied. And so the last time I was in South Africa, shooting Amazing Voices Africa, I flew him in with Pokelo's personal assistant. And we had like a whole week to ourselves. We did zip lining, we went bowling, we went gaming.
I follow you, so I saw everything.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do with the boy. Just spend time, a lot of time with him.
Food he doesn't really like.
And then recently in Zim, we were cooking.
Yeah.
So I travel, I get an Airbnb, and we go everywhere. We do everything. We spend time together, we sleep together. And I love my boy. He's my first child, and he broke the ice for me, you know, with
And I must commend you. You are doing
love.
so well with this whole parenting thing. I could say you're someone people should look up to.
I don't have a choice
when it comes
to be a good father. My father was the best. My father would show up at school on your birthday with squash and a cake. So now I have to portray the same love to my kids because I felt it. It was pleasant. Yeah. And my dad would take you out to town, he'd show you things, he'd let you read books. I can only be as good a father, even better, to my children because my father was amazing. So I don't have a choice. I didn't have a quote unquote the S word father.
Yeah. And
so I can't be a snap father. I gotta be on point.
Yeah. Your new partner, how is she handling the fame?
I kind of coached her about how hectic it can be when people know of you and, you know, people want to talk about you. And she tastes it every now and then. Like recently we went out and she was wearing
an outfit.
What do you call the singlet that you clip under? No, you have anything? Something suit, bodysuit.
Bodysuit, yeah.
She was wearing a bodysuit and a drawer at her bottom small, and she was wearing baggy pants, and the fabric was quite light. And everyone started going on her on the internet that she was wearing granny panties, and she took it lightly.
And even when you guys went for the Emmy Award, there's some awards launch something, and she wore a loose dress. They said, "Hey, I think she was pregnant." Wait,
people will always,
wearing this,
yes, she understands now that people will always attack you, but understanding that also, don't forget that there's people who still love you. So you focus on the love, and you forget about the hate, because empty barrels make the most noise. So you'll notice that, like I did this analogy with the Sarkodie post. I had over 1,000 comments and even half of those comments were bad and half were good. But I got more than 10,000 likes, I think. I don't remember. So you notice that people who like the post is more than the few people who are talking much. And so only because you can read a very negative statement to say, granny panties, you're too skinny, you let that affect you, forgetting that the real people don't talk. Busy people who have something doing, who are real busy, don't have time to be talking about other people. They don't have time to be looking through other people's Instagram because they're busy with their stuff. Like, I get so busy in a day. I had to go 5 other places before I met you right now, including the barber shop for the look. And so I cannot be on Instagram dragging someone for what they are wearing, because the moment I see the post and it's funny or it's not, I'm moving on to the next. And then I need time to make my own post. Why am I going to waste my time on your post when I have to make my post to sell or to make business? You know, so gave her a little bit of an understanding, and she's also on social media a lot, so she sees what happens to all these other famous people and how they can be dragged for nothing. So she understands to the best of her ability. She understands.
Okay. Before we draw the curtains,
Steven,
I think
look what knitting.
if you have any words you have to say, your last words to your fans.
to my fans.
Yes.
Guys, desire in your heart what you really want to do. Fail at it by trying. Learn from the failure, and at the other side of it, you might just have your success. And then if it doesn't work, wake up and try again, and try again, and again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
All right. So also soon, here's where we draw the curtains. Thank you so much, Elikem, for hosting us in your shop. to get to experience what people don't get
coming.
opportunity to see on a daily basis. And we have come to an end of this discussion, and I hope you enjoyed every bit of it. As usual, I am your host, Elsie Lama. You have been watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. See you another time. So then, we are out.
Another reason that showbiz or celebrity, so-called celebrity, doesn't affect my marriage per se is because my wife is notoriously known for who told you. How do you know?
Okay.
That's my wife.
Right there. Balancing private life and public life can be challenging, especially when you are a celebrity. And I have one man here who has been in both. We're going to explore with him how he's been able to juggle the two, how he's been able to keep his family or his private life from the public for the past, I think, more than 2 decades. And my guest is the famous Reggie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Famous,
famous.
You're
so famous,
famous.
From the 80s, the 90s.
Yeah. Praise Jah, I'm still alive.
What time
here. Well, thank you and welcome, Rox watching.
Yes. Okay, so I want to understand balancing private life and public life.
Right.
I know it's challenging, and you know, some people immediately they introduce their private life to the public.
Right.
The public becomes judgmental. They want them separated. They want them to live their own.
The public is always judgmental.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Human beings are judgmental. Especially Ghanaian human beings.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So how have you been able to keep away your personal life from the public all these years?
My story is rather unique. Reason is that I'm a people's person. I'm a people's person. I've always maintained my freedom, not as quote unquote, not to let so-called show business control the way I move. Except maybe I see where I start to me call So from the very inception of hip life or my so-called celebrity, I always immersed myself into the people. Into menini panom mexe ama omu.
Yeah.
Then
you're down to earth.
Yes, well, but that's by nature. You see, it's not like I became a down to earth person when I became popular. No, my father was a celebrity. You know, my mother was in showbiz. You know, so it's my story is rather unique.
Okay.
I was cut out. It's like seeing your phone settings. Me setting media according to what I say. I
know,
because I am very, I enjoy my freedom. I love to talk to people. I enjoy human beings. And you know, for me to come to a time in my life where I can be free, nah. So media ahead. And not fame. And remember, another reason why my story is so unique is that I was a child star.
Yeah, okay.
And from in Kola Brim, not light about you also. So I don't know no different, you know. But growing up with the wisdom that I acquired
from
my parents, and by myself, I studied human behavior.
Okay.
And human behavior, I realized that sometimes you are very popular or famous, as you put it, and then the people, they could turn on you. It's not just from me. It's from right down from Jesus to Malcolm X, Kwame Nkrumah, intermediate me. What's in my say? So it's a human trait.
So growing up, ever since you got into the music industry, has media attention ever more or less like derailed or destroyed any part of the relationship?
I've been blessed.
Okay.
The reason also being the fact that when I was coming up, I didn't have social media like y'all got.
I know, right?
Until that time, you know, need. Hey, what's it say? Yes, I want to say. Or say me here. Or say one yes. Or say yes. Say that was our Facebook. Yeah. That was our Facebook.
Okay.
That was our Twitter and all. And it puts you in check because you know people's opinion of you. It shouldn't control your life, but also gives you an idea of how people perceive you, because perception is almost everything.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, don't ever let it rule your life. No.
Would you say that introduction of technology, like in this era, that technology is all over the place?
Ah, it's there. Just say, Okra, it's me do to board. Yeah. You overnight, master sex tape in pieces here. You become a celebrity. Everybody's gonna be in your business. And yes, I get it now. Oh yeah, sex tape, you know, and it's gonna be there forever. So your generation is kind of tough. Yeah, time. They doing someone new, but not when this argument gadgets. Can then by now come scandal and you see how soon can you be? Yeah.
Who is a celebrity?
Oh, that's I don't even know now. I mean, not that it matters
because
to me.
Someone going out there and leaking his or her sex tape. You always say people leak them, but
well, I guess the terminology celebrity used a little bit loosely, because I mean, like, what are you celebrating about this person?
Yeah.
You know, I think before, but they have new words. Don't they have new words to describe?
Yeah.
They don't use celebrity. They have another one. You know, I myself, I don't really like that word. I don't subscribe to it. That's why I always use the so-called celebrity. Yeah.
Do you have some rules and regulations you abide by when it comes to your private life?
Yeah. In as much, you would think as you put it, famous or as popular than I am, you would think that you know, no, I am very accessible and also very inaccessible. It's in a very strange way. I have managed to build my little castle. So, you know, my wife is a very outgoing, there she is. You know, my wife is a very outgoing person. I'm outgoing. But, yeah, it would be out there. Yeah, I mean, you would think my house would be full of people, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, my house was like a disco. And then, and then my in-laws. It's just family. Nobody, I don't have visitors.
You set that boundary from the very beginning?
No. I had the time with that. I said, but you know, I said when I got married, I had children, and they kind of just move away by themselves anyway.
Okay.
You know, it's also called bra. Yeah. So, you know, I don't even have that many visitors come to my house. In my house on the weekend, it's quiet. It's just my children, you know. So as time goes, yeah.
What are some of the challenges that fame brings to marriages?
Fame brings to marriages? Once again, I am blessed.
I know.
Usually, it's the pressure of what people say, okay? My wife, she's not social media savvy.
Okay.
No, you only know my wife through my page.
Yes.
Social media I'm rough. So when I set up the camera, because like I said, I'm into human beings, and I think my wife is a very interesting human being. So I'm almost like her producer.
Okay.
I want people to see what I see. And you know, her opinions, and you know, and so every morning on our way to work here, I set up my camera and we just have a conversation. I film it, and people just be like, "Yeah, I never thought about that. I never did it." So it's become like a mini reality show, but only so real. And you know, I post it on my page, but if you realize it doesn't go beyond that, you know, you know, yeah. So the answer to your question is, it totally depends on you and who you are. Another reason that showbiz or celebrity, so-called celebrity, doesn't affect my marriage per se is because my wife is notoriously known for who told you. How do you know?
Okay.
That's my wife. And it works because hearsay.
And we have a lot.
Until pictures at me, see me here in the crowd, obi, and you are choreographed of our camp, no one said my channel.
Okay.
Because in your baby saw some long. Just and you do the video background, just as you would say,
evidence,
and now Bibisa. But she's very, and it's a philosophy that I wish that I had adopted way earlier because it brings a lot of peace. You know, it's like, how do you know? Yes.
So in as much as your partner, I'm not saying yours, but
yeah,
I'm just trying to generalize it. In as much as your partner might be involved in something,
yeah,
you should always have their back.
Well, you should have your partner's back regardless.
Whether the person
that's
is
what a marriage is. Yeah, that's what a marriage is. I mean, if you're wrong, of course you stand to be checked. But you know, that's I can speak to my wife in private.
In a case where you said she's a no to, I heard this, who told you this? That kind of thing.
She doesn't pay attention. She also doesn't tune into social media.
Is this something that every family should adopt?
No, it's entirely up to you. You know, to each their own. It works for me.
Because you said earlier it works.
Yeah, it works for me. They're very. Here I am. I am into social media. Social media is new to me. So I'm very, very intrigued by everything. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
It also does help my business because you think about it, I'm one of the oldest folks who has stayed relevant via social media.
Yeah.
So I understand it. You know, it helps my business a whole lot. You know, I mean, organically, I have over 1 million and something followers. You know, yeah, so that's pretty impressive. You know, so I do utilize the space. But my wife, she's not, you know,
a social media kind of person. In a case where we have two people, a man and a woman, they're married, they're out, their lives are in the public eye.
Yeah.
Would you advise that one of them should at least tone down a bit, or they should live their individual lives?
Because I have lived my individual life individually for so long, before all of your stuff came, I am very content. I'm very confident. I know who I am. I got street smarts. I'm a polite human being. You know, I have a lot of respect for people, so I expect respect back. And homicide. What's am I saying? So it depends on you and your. It's almost generational if you think about it. You know, if you come from a certain generation, then and you'll be so maybe I know drink can't about you. I over bread. Because people always say something about you.
Yeah.
You know, like I used to say, you can't please them all, even if you sold them ice cream. I'm a casa dumpi. Casa dumpi ice cream. You know. So I don't take it that personal.
Yeah.
I do like to protect my children.
From the public
but well, I mean, my kids, they were born into, you know, the line kind of light, so they're with us. But as far as, you know, certain things that I might not just, you know, have my children be on. But my kids are very humble too. You know.
So back to my question: would you advise that these two people who are out there, their lives are in the public eye? Marriage, everything. Would you advise that one should at least tone down a bit?
Well, what does that do? I mean, If me and my wife,
just to protect their marriage.
It's
because
it's kind of
in
hard.
Ghana, as you mentioned earlier,
yeah,
we are judgmental. Like, it's a human thing.
Yeah, I understand, but like I said, I'm not subscribing to your judgment, so I'm the wrong person to ask that. What's in my say?
What would be your advice to them?
It's totally. It depends on the two people. Yeah, for
instance, you are their role model.
Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, for me, you say.
Okay.
She's always been outgoing. From time we was school till now. My wife, you know, she loves to dance. She's a bubbly human being. And your social media and Tina, after all, Okra she took room say, Reggie, you know, maybe Michelle, that's naughty. And this is somehow how we connect. We got similar traits. So no, so it is unique to us. We don't have to conform to you. We put out what we want to put out. When we want to put out what you think, is entirely up to you. It's like noses. Everybody got one. So, you know, so it doesn't. It's not a generic rule that will apply to everyone. Okay. It's to each their own. Okay. So maybe I'll run out where style be at. You know, like I have a friend who's my wife's best friend. Very outgoing. Shout out to Lila. Very outgoing. Bubbly, just like my wife. That's her best friend. Her husband shies away from cameras. He doesn't like the limelight. That's him. So what do? She does all the bubbly stuff and he stays in the back. In my case, I've always been in the limelight. My wife, she doesn't care about the limelight. She's just being herself. So it's perfect. And I do let her be herself, like she lets me be myself.
That's nice.
Yeah, so we're blessed. Yeah. Yeah, not in that way.
Okay, the show is still Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV, and we're discussing balancing private life and public life and where to draw the line. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that quick break. It's still Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond, and we're discussing balancing private and public life, when to draw the line. And my guest is still the famous Reggie Rockstone.
Famous Stone.
Yeah.
What's your name? Roxanne?
Yes.
Hey.
You have a fan in my house.
Yeah.
Yes, well, let's say you have fans in my house. The Roxanne family.
The Roxanne, yes. Rockstone and Roxanne. Thank you.
Yeah. So I want to find out, has there ever been a time in this era of technology that you had to prioritize your family?
Oh, yes. It was, there was that one story, I don't know, you could go on YouTube and find this. Gaibi, Yawana Oba, MSN, I don't know, was it Twitter? I can't remember, but there's a video where I'm just so angry. You know, and it was around the same time that Shatawale had said something about me. So people thought it was my response to Shatta, and it wasn't. The guy who spoke that evil was an SM fan.
Okay.
And so when I addressed him, I said how I didn't care if he was SM or NPP or NDZ or VIP. You know, I went crazy. But let me tell you what took place. This monkey, excuse my language, well, he's a chimp. I could safely say this. This dude said on Twitter, yes, it was on Twitter, he said that they should gang rape my youngest daughter. Yeah. I say about the gala. This was, and you know, you can look that up. It's on, so I went berserk. I lost my cool, and of course I composed myself.
Every father would do that.
Yes, and I don't feel no ways about it,
yeah.
You know. But when I watch the video now, I kind of cringe because I lost my mind. But it sent a strong message out that there are some limits, because you know you're gonna have to kill me.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, death will become you if you come around my children. And it also gave much insight to how many sick people are also out there. You know, now somebody would say, if you wasn't on social media, this wouldn't happen. Actually, you're wrong. If it wasn't via social media, you would not know that this type of human being was out there. What am I saying? Yeah. And so it became a whole hot mess, and I hunted him down, and I found his father, and I think his mother wasn't feeling well. And you know, I didn't want to bring pain to the mother, because you know I was gonna go all out, because it is you are eligible.
Family, yeah.
Plus, you are eligible as criminal. You know, it's a threat. You know, so some pedophilia talk. So yeah, that was crazy. Nothing any more dramatic than what I just described. Thank God. Yeah.
In this era still of technology, where we have people more or less literally living their lives.
Yeah. On social
media.
Yeah, I mean, you need to understand that everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame, and you know, celebrity, so-called show business life is all smoke and mirrors anyway. So young people gravitate towards this fantasy world. Remember, you grew up on television. I call it television, and so you have always been aligned with fantasy. You know, so you know people want to be a part of the story. And today, social social media allows you to be your own superhero. You can make that movie starring you. What am I saying? Yeah, edited by you. What am I saying? So there is a fun side to it. Of course, there are levels. It's, you know, how far you want to take this, and there are repercussions. So, yeah.
Have you ever addressed a false rumor?
A false rumor? There are so many. Yeah. Hey, you know the reason, and I was telling D Black, shout out to D Black. I was telling D Black this, and it's here for it. That's my camera. Listen to me. It's from your mind come thoughts, and it's from your thoughts come words, and it's from your words come action.
Yeah.
And so, even in the biblicals and the scribes, it tells you the power of the tongue.
Yeah.
So, and yet, and kwasi assembly obeka. Say what social media, you know what? I do the free. There be, and then I come page. I always say, man, I can't make it be. Yeah, just a man say. What am I saying? So I don't like to. Oh, why you talking back? It's only social media. I'm like, they speaking curses onto you.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, yeah, but I want to tell my guy say, you what am I saying? And you can't make it be. And you're sure be. You know, and most trolls are not very intelligent anyway. And I'm a rapper, I'm a wordsmith. And you and you come and come back and forth. So yeah. Yes, I have addressed and corrected rumors. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
At one stage, out of the blue, I really didn't want to go back to this. Ghanaians started this whole narrative that I did not start hip life. And what's that somehow? But social media, but social media, if I had remained quiet, you know, shout out to my auntie, may she rest in peace, Auntie Amatedu. Yes, she's the one that called me. I said, Reggie, they're trying to change your history. You better say something, because you know perception is everything. Into a boy tamale baby, akolebi, or no what say. Send your Regina they apply, but no say any no correct.
Yeah.
Till this day, it's so disgraceful that when I do interviews, people ask me, "Yeah, we hear you didn't bring him." I'm like, really? You know, it's not an iota of proof anywhere that tells you that somebody else has started hip life before me. But you know, they'll try it. And you know, I was also
respond. Is it in every situation that you have to respond?
No. If you are on man, me can be. If you are on the mountains, a guy where
you end up you be the one.
Well, you go on. Only the country and I feel as I would wait to me. It's if you and the people so much check you.
Okay, they just want to
they need some attention. I'm not chance and I mean, because I'm about social media fresh. Now me a green. So, look, the colonies me better details are. One person follow. But later on, I know about DM, Charlie, we just they play plus, you sorry.
So how do you handle this?
And then I laugh. I got a good sense of humor.
So you just allow them to go?
I laugh and I say, yeah, I understand. You know,
at the end of the day, they're tarnishing your image.
No, they're not. If somebody says something about you, it's only tarnishing or effective if you believe what they said about you. I know I'm not a thief. So, you know, if you believe what somebody says about you, then it's effective.
Okay.
You know, so you can't fight them all. You know. I bet you for we have some. And I bet you some. How best sorry no I for now they all true. When they say look at your how. And I bet you some. In Shrebiani. Nipa sano in real life crowd on any papa.
Okay.
What am I saying? So Ubeshiano in real life on any papa. And these kind of things, people don't understand the power of cursing yourself. And see, no man call you mawa, wouldn't matter good dintia. A wild dream no wakuma mu born in tin and no man call you maw. Yeah. Tinipana would not tell only Yeshirano. When they say or who or no, Yeshirano. One hour Tiffy I would do with credits. Nipano crowd Nimu. On your side. Until now, one every.
Finally, your final words, because I stole your camera. I wanted to just your last words.
Okay.
How we have to balance our public and private lives.
Right. Well, like I said, my story is unique. It fits to me. To you, if I had to give you some advice, I would let you understand that show business is all smoke and mirrors. Perception is everything, but a lot of crap that you see on social media is not what it is. The Range Rover be and now he's slave queen. Make you not jealous somebody.
Yeah.
What's the man say? They go to Dubai and do all kinds of real sick stuff. And see, don't envy nobody. You know, and with younger people, it's peer pressure. And my pressure bomb was saying, I mean, my mob ran will be here. Oh, how? Oh, how? You know, but I'm old school. I didn't come from social media. I mean, some me buy and I'm starting my party, and me better than
VVIP, it's been a while.
VVIP, my fair, my boy.
And I'm Moko Hibernation.
They be saying the OGs. Yes, it's C9, yeah, woman. People always ask me about VVIP, and it really lights my heart up because it tells me something. It tells me we did a great job. And people always ask me, when is VVIP coming? You know, so I'm really proud of this. VVIP Prodigal is in New York now. Brother Zeal is in Germany. And you know, say a sambishia. Say the rest studio and then just and one shot that here. But Bronya, but I know they say that three no see rumor. It's a wrap.
But when it comes to awards, we hardly hear of VVIP. And are you just entertaining people?
I was. Yeah, Claire, I was. Best group, Urefi. 4 years ago. Yeah, when is
I'm talking about now.
Yeah, you really see.
Because it's been a while.
It's only 4 years, actually.
4 years?
Yeah, it's only 4 years. And that's relatively short for old artists like us.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you knew rough from Vitiano. We need you used to the good school. But you know, it's good that people miss us.
Yeah.
I'd rather they ask about us than they don't.
Because your group is still relevant.
Yeah, it will always be relevant. And remember, it's a very unique, it's never been done. You know, 2 brands.
Yeah.
And you be boom. And it worked.
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of thing we do, madam? Time I'm joining you. Ghana, and then we need. Look at your face. Yeah. But I love a challenge.
Yeah.
I like to reinvent myself all the time. And so God knows what I'm going to do next.
So we should expect something after elections.
Yes, but most of all, now that's a good way to close this show. Elections. Peaceful. Because growing all, I intend to live and die in this country. And so the peace in my country is really, really dear to me. And so, yes, I would like to appeal to all who are watching me right now. Say, because politics they are buying you know. We would now and talk about politicians no more kokumbiu. Omo mamu to Okra bridge na come and no. Today na honorable need Jimmy. Aye, school grad omo baby omo ma go school who bet me into drain on why. Don't ever think about messing your country up. Ayaka, Africa, we CNN now, no African country be now what shit. Once upon a time, now what to say here. It's how much really yes, you are townful, mo gold kakra better, mo diamond kakra. I'm rough we. But me abe say mo ko na mo ko.
Oh, you only lithium.
Mo ko no na afi mo watch mo. Mo refi Liberia. Afi mo here too. You said for diamond ma me memo too. Africa ya bread. Shit. It's mo phantom trim. Peaceful election and kind of qua. It's a reality. Yeah. Asem say pa. No. Now we CNN. Yeah. Who should you say ni? Bonsam so basa na. It's mama man a chance. Especially the young. And don't let these politicians pollute you. Because that's how it happens. Omunyan kola na omo ti shomo. Yes, koye action wa ha. Na also ko. Emma. That should be. Now usua. It's not the end. Maybe I'll corner so. About ko asen. Nti ba show monwe ho why? Awana ya ko e.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the show has been Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia, Roxton, Hammond. At the same time next week, be nice to one another.
Ghana this year, mesama mwakwaba edeba asemsebe kasi eboso. Ewa GhanaWeb TV, insama wodo ayatro, ewa GhanaWeb.com so, eni aboni se etofa a medeba bedanmo. Mia medeka seboi ebremu, midiane eye mamieku ache. Na misha mensama se dia na mekwa kopiemu, ewa Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe nakache ono, eye abedietiri anampono titafo edema Dr. Mahamudu Baumia. Nono eno semfwe bi atoja a ochemu se, endi samanyokwe afi abato ye kwakotu se enya adwa ye to aba ni wi a ombetumi aboaboa omo chese result na no da chese ose they can never do that ene ne so o chema se ba no se e bia ya to abato awie ana ya to aba awie na onipa da sani ebe boaboa na result no endi samanyoko no enim yo 2016 ekoko banisa 2020 sa no mo ye enu ntina po chirema enkonko ye no wanwa sa afie we so mpa abato no ebetumi akosa me to amensam so dia na mekwa kopiemu ewo NDC amanyoko no omo mrahye bedwafo a omo mrahye bedwam omo atro krata tententin e dia kwakoma speaker of parliament Alban Babin a o chemu se onhye na enimani mi ye krata a MPP amanyoko no e de bre no mo onhye na chese onji ntumu kra ɛne ne sɛ MPP Amayoko no aka kyerɛ Alban sɛ ɔmo no ɔmo de na ni manim ya on frɛ sɛ ne bɛyɛ a mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ ebetumi aba asetena na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmotumi ɛbobo nneɛma ahodoɔ a ɔmo ndi nkita ho ɛmfanfa ho ɛno ɛna NDC Amanyɔkuo no ekyerɛm sɛ speaker yi ɔmo bowa enti obia o ɛnya de kwa kosi aga ɛsan so kyerɛma ana mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ yi ekyerɛma sɛ wohwɛ constitution article 1123 ɛna afei standing order 531 of parliament no ensure obia sɛ by force ɛna afei mpo no emergency bi ɛne hɔ no ma ntin manim ya ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmotumi ba mmarahyɛbadwam ɛbɛdi nkita ho ɛwɔ hɔ no Metwa mensam so de na mekwa akopie mu ewo atwotwofio bi a omo Ghana hanom na omo so ye chema ya to modi say University Lecturers Coalition na omo kire mu say nya de a omo de omo behwe anampo semampani dada John Dramani Mahama yes ato ne so aba ema ne bepie mu anobe mampani ewo Ghana hanom obehwe ema free SHS etumi akonanim na atwotwofo yi ekire ma ane Mahama yenim na bakosem wababa mampani ewo Ghana hanom empo no ansa ne beto ne so aba no ene campaigns ahodo ane ekufuado eka sen an ene free SHS Mahama ginetwa se den free SHS obeye ewo Ghana hanom enya de achese betumi akoso but kufuado ebae no otumi ehye ema bibia etumi akoso ye guswa ekase kra na yade indi Amanyɔkuo ne Mahama eguswa ekasa editia free SHS no eni chachotwofo ekirema si yehye ema Mahama eba so a enya de obetumi aboa ema free SHS etumi akoso ewo Ghana hanom na ewo nsemfoforo mo nso no eyade a ekuo a ye frɛ no sɛ Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice etwanitiawa sɛ Shraj echirema ewo se enimani ye nhwehwemu kese pa efa National Cathedral dwumedie no na afei wona omote so no mekire Board of Trustees na omanfo enim se mmarahyɛbadwani edem omanfo mo Northton Samuel Okudjeto ablakwa na sentemu ena ode koto ana ode petition ekokoma ashragefo so monhwe na kyeso monye nhwehwemu emfafa National Cathedral no esanse ne mabi akoso ewo honom sikadie ene ne nkeka ono tumu se bibia emu dɔre yie pa ene international fonhwe na ne mabi wo no mo nkasa emfafa wa no mo ntenete no eno ena ba beto dwa se shragefo ekire ma ono so no anom shragefo enso ede ato National Cathedral for enimu na kyeso mu di dwuma ede afon so enimanim ya omo nhwe na kyeso forensic audit ne de omo nya bi pa yie emfafa ho me sorry men some so there na me kwa kopie mu nso ewo Ghana Police Service akache ehonom ena ba beto dwa se omotumi akwakoche Ghana fo bi bako aduonu nsia me 26 na omafo enim se na se trend bi ekoso yie pa ewo Ghana hanom eni abehu na toy guns to aye didi agro nkwala je bi ni afa eni chese didi agro na metu 25 ne kosi sen eni eba no asuja Ghana fo kasa de fa yie pa eno ena ba beto dwa se ye kase eni wono mo for mu no Ghana Police Service for HMA and omotumi achi emu baako na se na mekan no 26 a omode omadu sem ekwa koto dwa edi nchechemu akoni enti a omoye saa ade no na chese ha no ma na mede kaseboi ede bebe wie mi amede ebebe sommo mo somfo mame akua achi
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us all.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Aba, Domama Bie, Lobo Pidi. Baba Bie, eh. Bawenie, Monsieur Mahamadou Bawenie, Mama Kanye, Monsieur, hey.
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
We've seen democratic countries like Ghana. Most recently, we saw Senegal disrupting internet access, and Senegal has been, like Ghana, the beacon of democracy in the region. And so we are activists, and seeing these concerns spreading across the region, as we rightly said, we are urging the government of Ghana to keep this example to ensure that they uphold fundamental human rights. We are civil society activists. Ours is to hold authorities to account. And so we are not basing on any speculation. We are just wanting the government to be responsible by keeping the internet on. Asking for them to do the right thing is not out of place, in my opinion. And the thing also about internet shutdown is that it's very unpredictable. I just mentioned that a country like Mauritius, I don't know if, we all know Mauritius is a holiday destination. I never dreamt of Mauritius shutting down the internet. But we woke up one day and they put out a letter saying that they were shutting down the internet 2 weeks or so ahead of elections. And so we don't want to be caught unawares, and that is why we have to continue to have these conversations, no matter how uncomfortable they make whoever is on authority feels. But it's our responsibility to make sure that the government does the right thing, and that is why we are holding this press conference. And I'm sure it was the same when the IGP did make that remark some years back. We were all shocked, and you did see the reaction from civil society as well as the media. And so I think we're just doing our work as civil society and human rights activists in the country.
As fixing, as the question seeks to say, but think of this as consolidating what we already have. I remember that recently when the president went to the UN General Assembly, he made some statements, for instance, assuring the assembly that he will hand over power, assuring the assembly that he's going to ensure that elections are free and fair. And for many of us in this country,
I'm not sure it's ever crossed your mind that Akufo-Addo would one day wake up and say, I am not going to hand over power. But giving such assurances only helps to build trust, only helps to fortify or consolidate the democracy that we are all enjoying. And so the objective really is to sort of, build that feeling that we already have, consolidate it. And we are calling on the government to actually make a pronouncement, for instance, like what he has done at the U.S. General Assembly. If one of his public engagements, he's able to say, I'm assuring all stakeholders that we are going to keep the internet on, we are not going to tamper with any of the social media platforms, that will give all of us a certain level of rest and trust and security that the 2024 Global Risk Report identified misinformation and disinformation as a key critical risk anticipated to unfold in numerous countries across the world over the next 2 years. The report emphasized that the spread of misinformation and disinformation, especially during elections, could significantly disrupt the genuine and perceived legitimacy of newly elected governments, potentially leading to political turmoil, violence, terrorism, and a gradual deterioration of democratic procedures in the long run. Activities and processes around the 2024 elections in Ghana have so far generated enormous false and polarizing narratives that can influence the peaceful outcomes of the polls. The Media Foundation for West Africa's fact-checking project, Fact Check Ghana, are witnessing the weaponizing of questionable polls by political elements to influence electorates, whip up their bases, and achieve bandwagon effects ahead of the polls. We are witnessing intentional and coordinated smear campaigns, especially by troll farms and cyber troopers deployed by the two leading political parties. These smear campaigns have targeted the top presidential candidates. Unfortunately, some of these campaigns are targeting our shared values, such as unity that we have enjoyed in the country despite having different religions. It is targeting the social cohesion we boast about despite coming from different ethnic groups. In effect, these smear campaigns are spreading hate and disunity on the grounds of ethnicity or tribalism and religion. This is extremely disruptive and worrying. We have observed coordinated gender disinformation targeting some of the astute female politicians with tropes and false narratives aimed at shaming them, presenting them as incapable or not worthy of public office. We have seen how bad actors on the social media platforms are cloning the brand names and identification of credible media organizations to create social media cards and pass them off as published stories.
The government of Ghana and internet service providers must ensure open and secure internet throughout the 2024 elections. For the attention of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. In copy, we have the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the Minister of Information, Minister of Interior. We also have the Electoral Commission chairperson, the Director General of the NCA, the National Communications Authority. We have the Director General of the Cybersecurity Authority. We have also the Director General of the National Signals Bureau. Then there's Chief Executive Officers of MTN, Telecel Ghana, and Airtel Tigo, or AT, and all other respective internet service providers and digital platforms in the country. We, the undersigned organizations and members of the Keep It On Coalition, a global network of over 334 organizations from 105 countries to end internet shutdowns, appeal to you, President Nana Akufo-Addo, to publicly commit to ensuring that the people of Ghana have unfettered access to the internet, digital platforms, and all other communications channels throughout the upcoming general elections on December 7 and beyond. As the people of Ghana prepare to vote, we urge your government to adopt, implement, and enforce measures that safeguard human rights by enabling an unrestricted access to information and avenues for expression, as well as the right to assembly, association, both online and offline. This is essential for ensuring an inclusive, free, and fair election process. In a democratic society, the internet and social media platforms play a critical role in ensuring participatory governance, advancing inclusiveness and transparency, and enabling people to exercise their fundamental human rights, all principles enshrined in Ghana's constitution. Digital platforms enable public discourse on electoral process and political candidates, allowing voters to hold governments accountable. Internet access also facilitates the essential work of journalists, human rights defenders, and election observers who monitor, document, and report on elections.